Good morning. There we go. Welcome to the March 25th, 2021 meeting of the City of Miami City Commission in these historic chambers where we gather every fortnight to conduct the business of the city. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the city attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of the parties of the planning and zoning and quasi-judicial items will be explained by the city clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing before this meeting are Alex Diaz-del Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Jeffrey Watson, and me, Ken Russell, the Vice Chair. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. Number one order of business, the meeting will be opened with a prayer by Commissioner Reyes and the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Mayor. Please stand.
Well, please bow your heads. And thank you, Lord, for giving us the opportunity to serve. And this is a special day that we are honoring our women. I really plead, Lord, to protect and keep us under the guidance of the wonderful women that we have in this great city of ours, and also keep them healthy and keep us all healthy and give us the wisdom to make the right decision, a decision that will help and a decision that will advance the needs of those that need it the most. Please, Lord, I ask you in the name of the Father, the Holy Son, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam City Attorney, please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available at the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the appropriate disclosures required by the City Code. A copy of this code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed before for agreement to support or withhold objection pursuant to Section 2-8. Any documents offered to City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 233F and G of the City Code, the agenda and material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair upon registering pursuant to a published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Members of the public may call 305-250-5454 to speak directly with the City Commission on agenda items to be heard at this meeting today. Public comment will begin at approximately 9 a.m. or soon thereafter and remain open until public comment is closed by a chairperson. Members of the public wishing to address the body may also do so by submitting their written comments via online form. Please visit www.miamigov.com meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed and will be distributed to elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to elected officials up until the chairperson closes public comment. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to any action. Public comment may also be done in person at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, subject to any COVID-19 rules, regulations, and procedures. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19, and persons exhibiting any symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by state, local, and county emergency orders and are urged to practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may contact the city clerk. Section 286.0114(4)C specifically authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its multiple comment options, has provided different methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the city commission meeting. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have been generally briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the city commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. The video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Zoning Code is temporarily modified pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance 13903 and 13914, parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either physically be present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the city clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Section 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring approval, the applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with staff recommendations, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation may be as set forth in Miami 21 and the City Code, providing the appellant shall present first. The appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you are sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the City Attorney's Office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the city clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Chair, I normally administer the oath at this time, but I'm going to wait till we clear the chambers out after protocol, and then I'll administer the oath at that time.
That would be my recommendation. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Clerk.
Chairman?
Yes,
And
Madam
I
Secretary.
apologize, one more little section. I just wanted to remind everyone that this meeting can be viewed online on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Periscope page on Twitter, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We have a lot of business of the city to conduct today, but before we do that, very, very important is that we honor our residents who are here today, and several of our electeds would like to honor many of you. I see some very special people in our audience today, from Mayor Levine Cava to Commissioner Thelma Gibson and so many, many more, and we thank you. But priority number one is for us to be safe, please. We haven't had the chambers this packed since the pandemic. So as much as you possibly can, please respect social distancing. We have the seats marked off so that at least those seated Once you do receive your proclamation, please do exit the chambers to the fresh air. Also, please keep your mask on at all times in the chamber, even when you're speaking, actually, especially when you are speaking. We have a microphone, a handheld microphone, and Daisy is going to be here with us to disinfect that before it's handed to anyone. So before you hand the microphone to anyone, please hand it to Daisy and she'll clean it. We're doing the same thing with the lecterns, and you're free to speak there if you'd like to speak. We're going to do all the proclamations down here below, and we're going to start with Mr. Mayor and anyone you would like to recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You run a very efficient meeting. I want to begin Women Appreciation Month by recognizing probably the most significant and important woman in our community right now, who was the first woman mayor ever in Miami-Dade County history, and we haven't had one yet in the city of Miami, so that's still to be done. But she broke glass ceilings, she broke barriers. She's had a 40-year career in public service. So her public service did not begin when she was a county commissioner, did not begin when she was mayor. It began long before that. She was helping the most marginalized in our community for many, many years. And that's really what we love and appreciate her for, her work at Catalyst. So without further ado, I'd like to call up here the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Ms. Daniela Levine Cava.
Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful morning to be in the city of Miami, paradise. I am so grateful to you, Mayor Suarez, and to the wonderful members of the commission for this special recognition. Yes, I did break a glass ceiling. I may be the first county mayor, but I certainly will not be the last. But I do want to say, and I know many women are being honored today, that I stand on the shoulders of giants, not necessarily physically giant, but women who have always been the rock bed of our community, and especially during this pandemic, when women have really borne the brunt of this disease. We, of course, have so many whose lives have been lost in Miami-Dade County. It's 5,500 lives lost from this pandemic. And we have the families so disrupted, and the people, including myself and at least two of the people on the dais affected with this disease. By the way, I'm one shot Daniela. So one shot into recovery, full recovery. But the women actually have fueled this economy and have left the workplace. It's called a she-cession instead of a recession. And we need to double down and make sure that everybody bounces back, but especially our women. And the qualities that women bring to everything they do, known for compassion and caring, these are skills that are needed now more than ever in public life. So, gentlemen, it's time you have a lady on the dais again, don't you think? Not targeting anyone in particular here. But anyway, I'm very, very grateful to stand with you. This is a new era of intergovernmental cooperation between our county and our city. We might have our squabbles, but we're here for the same good cause. And even recently, we launched Connected Miami for 100,000 students to have access to the internet to help them to lead more productive lives. So there are many, many things dealing with sea level rise, climate change, transportation, job creation, violence reduction. These are things that we can only do if we do them together. So I stand ready and committed to be here with you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
Mayor, I I remember, I don't know if you remember, but I remember, I think it was the second time that I met you, I was in a little class called So You're Thinking About Running, that Katie Sorensen was doing with the Good Government Initiative, and you were our guest speaker, and you spoke to us about how you can be in public service and still be yourself, be as human as possible and keep to your ethics, and it was really inspiring to our class, and it was a big reason I did end up to decide to actually run for office. So thank you, you're an inspiration and a mentor to me, and I'm honored to know you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, I hear rumors that you're back in that class. But, Madam Mayor, it's indeed a pleasure to receive you here at historic City Hall of City of Miami. City of Miami, as you well know, it's a city that had its foundation put by women, from Julia Tuttle to Mary Brickell. And then when they let the first guy come in, Flagger, he screwed it up. Mary Brickell went to him and she said, Henry, you're making the streets too narrow. You got to make them wider. And you see the outcome of it, that we have a beautiful downtown, but very, very narrow streets. But last time we had a visit by a county mayor, which we always love when we have our county mayors come. I do have to say it wasn't as pleasant as yours today. And as I stated to you when you got sworn in and we had the big open for all of Miami-Dade County get together in Bayfront Park, every one of us, whether we supported her in the past election or not, elections are over. And people have to understand that. In America, in our democracy, when an election is over, we all unite for the good of all of us. And as I said that night, I feel the same way. We have to unite. We have to try to support you in everything that we can, because if you succeed, Miami-Dade County succeeds, the city of Miami succeeds. And as long as I can, except for that little matter that we have a little disagreement on, you will always have my respect and my support. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Let's not all fight at once for the chance to grab the microphone. Good morning, Mayor. I always like to lambast the county because I think it's a great thing to do. Because we always seem to be the little brother, and they always seem the big brother to take advantage of us. However, I think there's an opportunity under your leadership to change that. A great deal of the resources of the Dade County actually comes from the city of Miami. And so let's not forget also Annie Coleman, who was a friend of Julia Tuttle, who helped shape this city. And to you, I say congratulations and good luck on an opportunity to work hand in hand to make this place, not only the city of Miami, but Dade County, a better place for everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're immune already. Well said, Commissioner Watson. Very well said. And and I know that this is a new period of cooperation instead of confrontation. And I know that your offices are going to be always open. And as I stated before to you, we are in the same boat. because the people that represent, you represent also. You see, we represent the same residents, the city of Miami and Dade County, and we have to work together for the good of all our residents. And I know that this is the start of an
Indeed.
era of
Indeed.
cooperation.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to your house.
Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. You have to see you at my place.
Okay. You always want, I have a good sheet of coffee.
He's got the best hair. He's got the best coffee. Yeah, he does. I have to admit.
Took my coffee maker. The next person that we're going to recognize is someone who I know Commissioner Carollo and I remember well, because when we both stood shoulder to shoulder during the cancellation of Ultra, she guided us through that process. And that was really just the beginning, of course, of the pandemic that faced us. At that time, I don't think we even had at that point one case in Miami-Dade County. And of course, I was number 2. So that certainly was interesting. But Dr. Marty guided us throughout that entire process, helped us develop the protocols, helped us make decisions. I would be remiss if I also didn't say that FIU, generally speaking, also was a tremendous help, and Dr. Mary Jo Trepka and so many others that were on weekly calls. Sometimes we went as sometimes three calls a week, particularly in the height of the pandemic when things were really, really bad, and we were trying to do everything that we could to keep people safe and our economy going as much as we possibly could. So without further ado, I want to call up Dr. Marty, Aileen Marty.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here with so many phenomenal people. I've been blessed to work with commissioners and mayors that understood the risks and went out of their way to do the right thing throughout this horrific pandemic. And there's a lot of good news on the horizon. It's wonderful that so many people have at least one dose of the vaccine among us now. And there's excellent news coming out of South Africa in terms of new versions of the vaccine that are going to be even more potent and even better. So we're almost there. And if we can just hang on just a little bit longer, we're going to get out of this really, really well. And I congratulate everyone for their hard work, and I thank you so much for this great honor. It's a privilege to work for this city.
Thanks to you. You don't have to thank us. We have to thank you. Because every time I call you, you get my calls and you answer all the questions that you have a lot of patience with us, that we are totally ignorant of what's going on, and you guided us. And for that, I give you my gratitude and the gratitude of all residents of the city of Miami. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Doc, thank you very much. I have not had a chance to communicate with you, but if you're working to help our residents, if you're working in this effort, then I know that you're in the right place and doing a hell of a job, because we need people like you. Thank you.
Dr. Marty, it's indeed a pleasure to have you back here at City Hall under much better circumstances. But before I say a few words on Dr. Marty, I want to share a little secret just between Dr. Marty, myself, and Mayor Suarez. Well, the rest of you just plug your ears. It's just for the three of us. The mayor talks about being number two. Well, I don't know if the other guy got ahead of him and he was number one, but we'll never know. But what I will tell you that the mayor doesn't even know. I was supposed to be there that day with him, with the Brazilian delegation. But you know, being an old gizzard, something told me, and you know, in politics, you could learn some things, but there is one thing that you're either born with it or you'll never be able to be taught. That's the smell of something that's coming at you. That's the survival instinct, that if you know that something's wrong, you're smelling it before it hits. And as much as I wanted to have been there that morning, because you know, I've had many close friends in Brazil. As the mayor knows, I spent quite a bit of time there in the past. Something told me there was danger there. And the danger that kept going through my head, and I don't know why, was, you know, with COVID coming, we had Dr. Marty that has spoken to us and everything. I kept thinking, what if these guys, you know, are bringing something? We don't know. And the mayor was very anxious for me to be there. He even called me that morning. And I said, Mayor, I'm sorry, but, you know, I couldn't be able to be there. So if I would have gone there that day, I might have been number two or number three, depending on, you know, who came first. Yeah, or number one, as the mayor said. So, Dr. Marty, this city owes you a tremendous amount of gratitude. We all do. Because before we had our first confirmed case, you were gracious in volunteering your time in coming here when I called you to a press conference that we had, that I wanted you to start giving the information to our residents as to what was going to be coming. I called the mayor, I remember that night, asked him to join me. And from then on, you kept helping us in additional press conference, giving us additional information, having talks with our fire chief and our fire department that was going to be the forefront of this pandemic. Indeed, the mayor, myself, and others, so that the city of Miami could have been prepared when the pandemic hit. And that's why when we were being scolded publicly that how could we cancel Ultra, how could we cancel Calle Ocho, we took the step to cancel those events because we knew what was coming. And in a great part, thanks to the information that Dr. Marty was providing to us. And if we hadn't canceled those events, that first wave, I predict, would have been even worse, because Calle Ocho, you have anywhere, depending on who you want to believe, between 500,000 to 1 million people that would have been here. Ultra, you would have had a couple of 100,000 people here or more for 3 days. So the spread of COVID would have been tremendously. And I thank Dr. Marty for having spent so much time with us and numerous press conferences, informing our residents to be prepared and to inform them what was coming. And as she says, we've seen the light at the end of the tunnel, but there's a lot of danger out there still. The South African variant that she mentioned is probably the worst. The Brazilian one that came from Manaus, one of my favorite cities in Brazil, that I spend a lot of time there. It's also very bad. The good news is that all the tests that have been done by Pfizer and Moderna, but in particularly major tests that the State of Israel has done, and they've done by far the best job, I think, of any country in the world in combating COVID and putting the vaccines out. The tests that they have done, scientific tests, shows that if you are vaccinated by at least these two vaccines, that you're going to be protected not just from the original COVID, but from these other variants also. The word is that try to get vaccinated as quickly as you can, because if you do, you're going to be protected. You protect your family. One other test that I saw that was done in Israel, a major one, showed that it's extremely hard, if you're vaccinated, to spread the virus to someone else. Having said that, we're having more vaccines that are coming into our city. We'll be making announcements for next week in different places. And I urge everyone that can to get their vaccines. I got both of mine, and I feel a lot safer, and also safer that I'm not going to spread it to other people. Thank you.
We're going to take one out of order because one of our... Oh. Take one out of order because one of our recipients has to get going.
Thank you very much. I would like to give a certificate of merit to Rachel Silverstein. Rachel, if you'd come up, and everyone, please give her a hand. So for those of you who don't know Rachel, her official title is the Miami Water Keeper. She is the protector of our waters. She will teach us when necessary, and she will fight us when necessary as well. And we thank her for that. Her work and the work of her group, her scientists, her advocates, and her attorneys help make sure that our bay is as clean as it possibly can be now and into the future. Thank you, Rachel. I wanted to give you a salute.
Thank you so much. Very grateful. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. I'm so honored. It's been a pleasure to work with the City of Miami on many important initiatives, and of course, clean water is really what makes Miami, Miami. It's why we all want to live here. It generates billions of dollars for our economy every year. And together with the City of Miami, we've been able to pass one of the strongest fertilizer ordinances in the state with your leadership. We have been able to fight an effort from the state to allow over 83 different kinds of chemicals to be discharged into our water that would have increased cancer rates. And we've been able to clean up stormwater pollution. And in addition to many more, including resiliency and sea level rise, and it's made a huge impact on the people who live here and of course the environment. And I just want to thank you all for this honor today, and I want to thank my almost entirely female staff and our entirely female legal and science staff in particular for all of their efforts and all of their work in making the impact. So thank you all so much for your leadership and for this honor today.
Oh, wonderful. The next person that we are going to recognize is Phyllis Bellinger. Phyllis is a native. Hey, Phyllis, where are you? There you are. Cultivating youth in her community, she's recognized the importance of instilling, exposing, and developing a culture of learning that promotes community-driven, experience-based learning opportunities. And I'm confident that you're going to continue to excel and serve our community. Come on up. From Coconut Grove Village West.
I would just like to say to everyone, thank you. And again, as a native and current resident of Coconut Groves Village West, truly am appreciative of the fact that I have the opportunity to help my community be recognized. And thank you.
Next, we have one of my favorite Little Havana business owners who has the best ice cream in Miami, probably the best ice cream in the United States. Susie, you've revolutionized Calle Ocho. You've put it on a Cuban Miami brand to Azúcar ice cream that you have deliciously made for so many years. And I love popping in with my family on a weekend or a weekday and getting some beautiful and wonderful and delicious ice cream. So everybody check her out on 8th Street. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm honored. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. I am thrilled to be here. This is our 10th year in business, so thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the strong women that have been before me and paved the way for me, like Carol Ann Taylor from Little Havana. And this is the pleasure of my life. Thank you so much, everyone.
Next, we have another Calle Ocho merchant, a little bit further to the west in District 4, actually. Maria Vasquez from Sentir Cubano, who has made so many amazing artifacts and maintained the Cuban culture that we have here in Miami, and has done it for 22 years. It's been incredible. Her and her husband have this amazing business. I urge all of you to see it. If anyone wants any artifacts from Cuba or any representation of the Cuban culture, Sentir Cubano is a wonderful place to go and get it. Thank you. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be here around the commissioners, mayor. Thank you for making our city great for small business. We've been in business for 22 years, and we've always had the help of the city of Miami. Thank you.
I have to confess that I met Maria when she married my good friend Mickey while we were at the University of Florida. And since then, that's many, many moons ago, he was an entrepreneur. Being a student, he wanted to start business, doing business with the other students. So it doesn't surprise me that you've been so successful, because you too, you had it in you. They are entrepreneurs by by birth. Congratulations and thank you for having, keeping the Cuban, I would say, heritage alive like you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charlene Jackson Ingram, who is the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO running the operations of Jackson Soul Food, which has been doing it for over 30 years with time, love, quality food, yes, dedication and loyal customer service. We love your food.
I just want to say thank you, and thank y'all for the recognition today. And I'm proud to keep serving my community. And thank you.
I just want to say that Charlene is a go-getter. Her father was a strong influence, and she has been very successful as he was for many, many years. And ironically, about 20 years ago, we met, and through a program I ran, funded her to do some additionals and upgrades to their business, and they have continued to be in business to this day, serving what they serve best to a whole lot of people that go over to Overtown, which is where she's located. Right? So to you, thank you. She's also at another location in Opelika. So she is growing. And she also owns a bed and breakfast. So she is one of the successful women business owners in my district. We have them too. Thank you, Charlene, for all of your work in the community.
Next, we have Mina Kun, who is a first-generation immigrant from Japan who moved to New York in 1989. Her husband and her moved to Miami in 2005, fascinated by the beauty of the city and nature, and they decided to call Miami their home. She rapidly learned of pressing issues, including rising sea levels and importance of seawalls and some of the other advantages and disadvantages. She currently works for Global Luxury Realty and specializes in sales of waterfront property. She continues to bring more buyers from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and California. Thank you so much, Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, City Manager, for this amazing opportunity. And it's a very amazing honor to be here today. And comparing to many amazing women here today, my work is so little. However, I think it's a God's plan for me to be here today. And this is just the beginning for me. And I've been so encouraged and inspired by other women. And I'd like to work more for the community and the city.
The next one we want to present is, we're going to have Commissioner present, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. María Campos, María, ven para acá. Ven para aquí entre el alcalde y yo para tenerte bien protegido. María Campos has been an institution in helping the elderly in Little Havana. and particularly in one of the oldest locations that we have at Robert King High, and one of the biggest group of buildings that we have in Miami. She has tireless work day and night, making sure that those that are bedridden have the attention, the food, the needs that they require. Others get the help that they need. She's a native of Santiago de Cuba, who arrived to our shores in America and Miami in 1972. We're very grateful to Maria Campos for the work and effort that she has put throughout the years. It's with people like her that the city of Miami can make a difference. On behalf of the commission, the mayor, the residents of Miami, Maria, we say thank you to you. And let me have her clean this before you speak, even though I'm not going to get you sick if you heard what I said before.
Buenos días o buenas tardes. Buenos días todavía. Muchas gracias por este reconocimiento y solamente le pido a Dios que me dé vida y salud para poder continuar haciendo lo que estoy haciendo. Y gracias a ellos que cooperan para que nosotros podamos seguir adelante. Así que bendiciones para todos y humildemente a la disposición de ustedes. Gracias.
Se iba a traducir lo que dije antes, que el alcalde me había pedido que te mandara la cuenta por los pagos que mandamos para allá el pasado noviembre. María, muchas gracias por todo tu esfuerzo. María canta también y canta muy lindo. Así que, y el grupo que te tienen allá en Robert King High y en los edificios alrededor, hacen tremenda orquesta de las mejores voces, joven o de la tercera edad. Así que,
Por favor, aclárame cuál es la tercera edad.
La tercera edad son los jovencitos, como tú. La edad y la generación de la experiencia, como yo le llamo, de la experiencia, que estoy llegando ya casi a yo.
Bueno, yo no sé, yo acabo de cumplir 83 años.
Dime tú. Que Dios te bendiga y te dé mucho más, María.
Hay millas, pero me podrán heredar, pero no me van a estrenar nunca.
Okay.
Bueno,
Gracias, María. Gracias. Mayor.
Commissioner Watson.
Is Ms. Perkins here or is she in the back? There she is.
Sitting quietly and patiently.
Quiet. There's nothing you do as quietly and patiently. I shouldn't have to read this, but I would like to do so, and I'll try to do it very quickly. In recognition of her excellent service, the City of Miami issues this certificate of merit. She's been a proud registered voter since 1973 and engaged for decades as a volunteer for local candidates. She serves as a chaperone or driver campaign worker, runner, phones caller, walking canvas, host for debates, and as voter. She strongly encourages our youth to understand the importance and power of voting. She became a member of the Democratic Women's Club. The organization has hosted several debates with local, state, and federal candidates. She has called Miami home since 1964. I read that, but let me say this. She has done all the things that you can do in support of a community. She is a part of and vice president of one of the most successful AARP divisions, organizations, districts, as they are outlined in this city. They are vigilant, vigilant, vigilant in ensuring that their city and their neighborhood and the seniors are very well taken care of by everybody. And most importantly, she called me 3 times a day when I was in the hospital to say, keep on going, because we need you to get back. To you, Ms. Perkins, who have served for a number of years, doing all the things that most people don't like to do. Thank you very, very much for your service to your community.
Thank you. Good morning, and I want to say thank you to the City of Miami. I also want to say thank you to District 5 and to my commissioner, Jeffrey Watson. I also want to give a shout out to the City of Miami Fire Department, Fire and Rescue, and the City of Miami Police. For the past 8 years, we've been on a hiatus because of the pandemic. The City of Miami government, City of Miami Fire and Rescue, and the City of Miami Police, and many other community stakeholders have facilitated the mock DUI, which is an environmental strategy that is conducted pre-prom of our targeted senior high schools in Miami. So for the past 8 years, I want to say thank you very much. And again, thank you.
Commissioner Reyes.
Mayor.
Sir.
Don't go any further. No, I'm not going because this lady knows you well.
Oh, yes, she does.
Yeah.
Is she here?
Yes, Maria Doval. Maria. You think that I was going to let you get away? No, because she is going to, I mean, you know her. Absolutely. You were her neighbor, you were her commissioner, and this lady is always aware of what's going on in her neighborhood. If a tree is down, street needs a pothole, there's some crime, some people's car was broken in, Maria Doval is there. And she is also concerned of everything that happens in our city. And I think that this is a certificate of merit that you earn and you deserve for all the time that you have been in contact with every single elected official protecting your city and your neighborhood. Thank you, Maria, and we all love you. And although I don't call you every day, as you tell you, you tell me, but I really respect, admire, and love you. And your neighbors, they really love you. Thank you very much for all that you two have done. Thank you.
So I'm gonna try not to cry because of the special relationship that Maria and I have. In many ways, my career in public service, in many ways I owe to her, because when I moved into Coral Gate, she was my backdoor neighbor for 11 years. And one day I see this person sort of poking over the fence, and she says to me, "Why don't you get involved in the homeowners association?" And I said, okay, I'm a young professional. I didn't have any children, married. I said, okay, I'll get involved in the homeowners association. So I started getting involved in the homeowners association, helping them as a pro bono lawyer. And when the commissioner at the time decided to run for mayor, I said, you know what, if I'm ever going to get into public service, this is a good time. I'm a small business owner, didn't have children at the time. My business partner was my cousin. He understood, how difficult it is to run for office. We all understand how difficult it is to run for office. All the sacrifices that we make, all the hard work, the knocking, the grind of it. And all throughout that time, Maria was always there. And Wilma, and so many others in that community. But, we laughed together many times, cried together many times. I was with her when her husband got sick, and had to see her suffer through that and endure that, which was very difficult. And it was very difficult to leave the neighborhood, frankly, when I left, because it was such it was a family environment, and we all cared about each other, loved each other. We looked out for each other. Our kids could play in the streets. We knew that somebody was watching them. It was sort of the old school way that we always remember Miami, right? By the way, all of the neighborhood was blocked to exterior traffic. So that's why we had such a great quality of life.
Why, when you said old Miami, you look at me?
No, I didn't look at you. I was looking at all of us. But it created this incredible quality of life that we had. It was a little oasis in our city. That was a metropolis. And thanks to Maria, who fought for speed humps and traffic calming and trees and circles to be redone and put in. And I mean, and I kept telling her, Maria, I can't do much more because I'm the commissioner. If I keep doing more for the neighborhood, they're going to start giving me a hard time. But she didn't care. She would keep pushing. I said, well, listen, I have to do my job for you too. You're not the. But it was really a magical 11 years, and obviously we still remain good friends. But it's not the same. I don't have anybody poking outside my fence in the place that I live now. So I very much miss her.
It's the truth that quiet you do that,
Well, I am actually very humbled by receiving this recognition. I have worked very hard with a lot of you. I thank you. I thank the city of Miami. I thank the city of Miami Police, because without the commission, without the mayor, without such wonderful policemen, Coral Gate would not be as peaceful as it is. And we're proud of our family-style life where people know everybody. And we know that we can reach out to any of you anytime, and we will get the help. Miami is a wonderful city, and it depends on all of us to make it even much better. Thank you very much.
You deserve it.
We shouldn't be kissing.
Yes, let's do it. I do have a special proclamation for a person that when I first was elected, I met him while I was campaigning, and this guy, I was glad that he was not running against me, because he has his way of treating the people, listening to the people, trying to solve all the problems. And he's not a politician. He's a police officer. See, and he's an example what community policing is. That's why everybody loves him. We all love him. He can participate in school, dressing as a mascot, trying to make the children happy, as well as he is in church, helping for any activity that the church has, or he is at one of the residents' house trying to console them if they have any tragedy or anything happen to the family. And this guy, I'm gonna miss. And I'm gonna do everything that is possible to keep him around, because he has become part of Flagami. He has become part of my district. Every part of whatever he is under his supervision. Everybody loves him there. And I'm talking about Carlos Castellanos, Commander Carlos Castellanos. See, this man was very well trained. He is an ex-Marine, so you know how strict he is. Yeah. This is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are very kind words. And thank you, everyone, for just being here today. And I see a lot of my co-workers. If I can take a second, when I enlisted in the Marine Corps and I left Miami for the first time, and then I went overseas, I learned and became familiar with a term called extended family. Because you don't have to be related to be a family to someone. You don't have to be a blood relative. It's all about who you are and how well you welcome people into your area, into your homes, and to just make them feel like family. And for the last 25 years, the city of Miami has been my extended family outside of my home. I call my area Miami's Mayberry, for those of you that remember a guy named Andy Griffin. And that's whom I modeled my way of just trying to help people over the course of time. Every day I wear this uniform, it's a privilege and an honor to be a part of the world's finest municipal workforce, because it's not just only police, it's all the other many moving parts and components. It's everyone pitching in together to do the job for the public, and that's why we're here. And making a few friends along the way is nice as well. There's two people that, if I could just take a second, my mom isn't here, but I know she's watching, so I owe her a lot. I will always love my mom, and I know she's watching, and although my wife isn't here, Marlon, I love you, and I know that you support me in every which way, and I know I got a lot of projects to do, and I promise I'll get to them eventually, but I'd just like to thank you all. I'm very humbled, and although I'm not on the playing field, I'll be on the sidelines, and I'll be the big advocate. This is the best city in America, and I've been to many of them, and there's no doubt, I agree with Dorothy, there's no place like home. Thank you.
I'm going to be very brief. We have at least 3 great commanders for District 4 in the building right now.
Yes.
Former and current, Commander Garrido, Commander Castellano, and Commander Aguilar was a commander back in the day. We've been very blessed in our district to have amazing commanders for a long period of time. I remember when the chief told me that he was going to make you the commander, and I said, isn't he the guy from Homicide? and he said, yeah, he's going to do great, he's going to be fine. I said, okay, well, we'll see. And you did amazing. You know, you were able to make that transition, which is not a natural transition and not an easy transition, to go from, behind the desk, dealing with the most gruesome crimes that anybody can fathom, to being forward-facing with the people and going to Crime Watch meetings and having to, you did that with so much elegance and grace. You did a magnificent job, when I was a commissioner and as mayor, and I know that commissioner feels the same way, so we're sorry to see you go, bud.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
Dr. Chen, please come up here. Where's your proclamation? There's coming. Yes, right behind. Mrs. Chen, thank you. Is everybody here? Let's move a little bit here. Mayor, will you please present the proclamation of Dr. Chen, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Whereas Dr. Jenlin James Chen has been a doctor for many years and founded the Chen Senior Medical Center and was inspired by his own experience with a life-threatening illness, developing a whole new way of delivering medical services that would provide a superior level of care while making a positive and measurable impact on patients' lives. And whereas in 2004, Dr. Chen was diagnosed with cancer and given only 2 months to live, he and his family experienced firsthand what it was like to be on the receiving end of patient care, struggling for access to quality medical care while fighting for his life. And whereas Dr. Chen defied his original diagnosis and recovered, leading him to realize that he had to help others in their time of need overcome the frustrations he experienced with the existing fragmented and unsympathetic healthcare system. And whereas Dr. Chen founded Chen Senior Medical Center with the mission of turning around the healthcare system to make it more focused, convenient, and effective for the people who need it most, seniors. And whereas Chen Senior Medical Center are led by compassionate, expert doctors who coordinate all aspects of their patients' care and hold themselves accountable for their results, offering quality, well-coordinated care that produces big changes in his patients' outcomes. And whereas Chen Senior Medical Center has been instrumental in vaccinating over 2,600 people throughout the region, becoming an essential partner in our efforts to protect our most vulnerable citizens from the effect of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, therefore, I set onto my hand and seal on this day, 25th day of March in the year 2021.
Who's going to be the spokesperson here today? Do we agree? The boss or Dr. Chen? You want to say?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to Mayor. Thank you. We're so honored to be here. Chen Med is a national company, but we start in Miami. The first office is in Miami. So we're so honored to serve. Our mission is serve the poor, the sick, and the old. And we serve with love and compassion. I'd like to introduce my son. He looks like the biggest Chinese man you ever seen. He's a cardiologist.
Yeah, stranger things have come out of Miami, right? Than, big Chinese guy, right? Chen Med is really a story of God's mercy and grace. 18 years ago, my dad was about to die. 2 months to live. And we're a family full of doctors, and we're struggling to figure out how to save his life. And that's why I can say, by God's mercy and grace, he was saved, and we had this burning desire to make healthcare right. And so we said, what do we need? What do patients need, rather? And we set this vision to be America's leading primary care provider, transforming care of the neediest populations. We believe that's seniors. We have this mission to honor seniors with affordable, VIP care that delivers better health. And so what we've done is really quite simple. We said, if rich folks can get a concierge doctor and have these small patient panel sizes, what about everyone else? And so we lowered the patient panel sizes to 400, and we said, why not have everyone have a doctor in the family that's out for them, for their health and their well-being? Because of that approach, we've been able to help our patients, mainly seniors in poor, underserved neighborhoods, live 5 years longer, and we cut their hospitalization rate in half. And that success is because we were broken as a family, and we felt this desire to change healthcare, and we attracted fantastic doctors, leaders, staff, team members that also wanted to make a change. I truly believe we're here today because the love of our team members and our doctors on the poor, underserved communities has been felt. And we want to continue As we grow nationally, we'll be 100 centers in 12 states by the end of the year. And we'll be able to say, hey, this all came out of Miami. Yeah. And we're so touched by the need, not just across America, but locally, that we're going to be expanding 5 more centers right here in Miami, in your district, Commissioner. and we're really going to do our best to meet the needs of the community. Thank you very much, and thank you for all that are serving. You want to go over there? Yeah, come here. Next to the man. It's good. Next to me. No, you have to be in the picture.
For sure.
Everybody in the picture.
So we have 5 City of Miami employees that we want to recognize for their outstanding work. Katie Great, Virginia Bentley, Kamar Brown, Yarisa Calderon. Go on, girl. She's the bomb right there. I'm just telling you right now. Esther Farmer. Esther, where are you? I saw you earlier. There you are. And Ileana Oliva. Ileana. I know all my commissioners agree when we say we have the best. We have the best, most dedicated. You got it? Okay. We have the best, most dedicated workforce in America. All of our employees come to work early, leave late, take it home with them. They're very passionate about what they do, and they help make us the best service-based city in America. So thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes protocol for the morning. IT is going to show a short video while some of the commissioners just you needed a couple minutes, and we'll be right back on the dais in less than 5.
Women's History Month in March is a time where the nation observes, commemorates, and celebrates the vital role of women in history. This time last year was the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, guaranteeing and protecting the women's constitutional right to vote. Also this time last year, the city would have celebrated our valiant women of the vote, along with our local female heroes, but the pandemic began, putting a hold on honoring and highlighting some of the wonderful women of the city of Miami who for years have helped make our community the magical place it is today to live, work, eat, learn, and play. Many of the honorees this year are city employees who give it their all every day.
You know, I always think that I was born to serve. Like, it's in my spirit. I love helping people. And that's why I was drawn to government.
I hope that my work reminds girls that there is room for their voices to be heard and that everything we can do can be groundbreaking.
My hope is through my story, my work ethic, and through my dedication that people really believe anything is possible.
I always try to see the human aspect of everything. I think that if women think out of the box, they can get anywhere.
I'm intentional about ensuring that anyone that I engage with, I try to be their cheerleader. It's very important that we give space for people to grow and to really tap into their fullest potential.
This month, we also honor Mayor Levine Cava, the first female mayor of Miami-Dade County, as well as these phenomenal women, among others, who have been recognized by the city for their daily contributions to so many of our residents and visitors. But first, let's begin with this year's recipient of the Julia Tuttle Award, Dr. Eileen Marty, professor at FIU with a specialty in infectious disease and travel medicine.
I think it's really important that we raise both young men and young women with a mindset that acknowledges that there's no such thing as a weaker sex. And the best way to do that, to reveal this truth, is to have a month like this where we bring to the forefront of people's attention enormous contributions that women have made throughout history and the struggles that have been endured to get us where we are and to move us even further forward towards more levels of equality at work, at home, at school, and everywhere.
When you help someone to feel loved, that they will go far and beyond even their wildest dreams.
I would say you don't have to be a celebrity or being a famous person to inspire others.
Women are so powerful, and we are a very important part in our society. We're the mothers, we're the grandmothers, the wives, we're the business women. I think we're the glue that holds everything together.
And I think that's what we have to continue to do, is open the doors in any means necessary so that our children can see that the streets really are paved of gold, but you've got to walk the right line and get there.
The city of Miami is forever grateful for all of your selfless efforts to make our community and world a better place for everyone, young and old, to thrive and grow equally, now and for generations to come. Happy Women's History Month.
Okay, I'll talk to Stephanie about it. Because by the way,
I see, 'cause I am the one.
Okay, we'll figure it out. I'd love for them to have it.
All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. As soon as we have a quorum, we will reconvene, set the order of the day, and move to public comment.
Chair, while we're waiting, may I administer the oath?
Yes, that'll be fine. Mr. Clerk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Is the manager near? We're going to go to order of the day, sir. Mr. Clerk, are there any mayoral vetoes?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
All right. I'm going to move to public comment for the benefit of our residents who are here patiently waiting to address us. You have multiple ways of commenting. You can call by telephone if you visit miamigov.com/virtual meeting. There's instructions there. But first, before we get to anyone on the telephone, I'd like to address anyone who's here in the hall first so that you can exit to the fresh air as quickly as possible. And then we'll move to anyone who is commenting from outside for their safety, and then we'll move to the phone. What I'd like you to do is prioritize safety, please. Keep your mask on while you're in the hall and while you're speaking. Try not to touch the lectern and the microphones if you can, but Daisy, we will make sure she is here cleaning each of the lecterns while you do between each person. So if anyone here is here to speak publicly on any of the items on today's agenda, please line up at both of these lecterns. Place 6 feet between each other. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Please let us know your name and the item you are speaking on, and then you'll have 2 minutes. You'll hear a small buzzer right at the 30-second point. When you have 30 seconds left, that'll be your cue to please start to wrap it up so that you can finish and respect everyone's time and we can move on and make sure everyone is heard. Please use this lectern as well, and we don't need to stand too close together. So if half of you could move over to this lectern, that'd be great. And if it's a little crowded, you can go ahead and sit down until it clears out a little bit so you don't have to wait in line. Folks who are waiting in line to speak, please, half of you come over to this lectern over here so we can share space and respect social distancing as much as possible. Thanks very much. As a courtesy, is Mrs. Gibson here? Mrs. Thelma Gibson? I'd like to give priority to any residents over 90 years old who are visiting us here in Chambers today, so that they can get on with the business, their very busy day, and not be stuck in these chambers with us.
She hasn't reached that age yet.
Sorry?
I mean, she's not there yet, right? Right, Commissioner? You haven't been reached 90 yet, right?
Well, it's been 1 year since I've been here. Let me say good morning. Good morning to everyone here. It's always a pleasure to be in City Hall, and I want to congratulate Commissioner Watson, our newest commissioner. I did the Capitilla last time I was. It's been 1 year ago since I was here. I want to thank you for all that you do for us in the city of Miami. But I want to tell you that nobody mentioned Coconut Grove. I don't think all of you realize you're sitting in Coconut Grove, right here in City Hall, you're in Coconut Grove. And Coconut Grove was the earliest part of the city of Miami. We came out about before you, and I was born here 94 years ago. And so I've seen it grow. But I don't really have to say that much, except that I'm here and hoping the commissioners will hear the Charles Avenue and the Cess Grove CRA this morning while I'm here. That means so much to us to have you recognize Charles Avenue and the city of Coconut Grove, West Grove CRA. And so if you could do that this morning, I know that's asking a lot, but I just pray that that's something you could do while we're here. I think all of you know why I'm here, and I'm just so happy to be around still after 94 years. Thank you so much. And my own commissioner, thank you. Appreciate all that you do here. Mr. Mayor, former Mr. Mayor, I thank you for all that you continue to do. We used to always meet in Coconut Grove Post Office. So I just want you to know, don't forget, that Coconut Grove is a part of Miami, and really the first part of Miami. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson, who was appointed, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
while you were on the dais, Commissioner
Absolutely.
Carollo.
That's a part of Charles Avenue.
Mrs. Gibson,
Well,
you...
the Charles Avenue is the STIR project, especially. I'm here for the STIR.
So you're here speaking in favor of the Charles Avenue zoning issue, which is PZs 5 and 6. and also the West Grove CRA issues PH 6 and RE 3. Her request, gentlemen, is that we take it up this morning while she's here. She's going to wait and would like to hear that. We would only need to hear from everyone who has to speak on those items before we could do that, but thank you for that indulgence. So
Going to limit the speakers on those items?
would you like to take it up first?
Yes, in deference to the
All right.
commissioner that
So if there's, and I apologize for this, for those of you who already gotten out of your seat, if you're here to speak on any of those items, which is the West Grove CRA, which is PH 6 and RE 3, as well as the Charles Avenue rezoning application, which is PZ 5 and 6. I'd like to give preference to those who'd like to speak on those two items first. You'll each have 2 minutes, and then we'd like to see if we can get a motion on those items, please. So if anyone's here to speak on those items, please step up to the lectern. The rest of you, I apologize for having you get out of your seats, but it was a request from the floor that we would like to grant. So if you could just be patient with us, it'll be a few more minutes.
That's okay.
Carolyn, you're welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. I am here to speak on both issues, the PZ 5 and 6, and also for the CRA. As it relates to PZ 5 and 6, certainly we know that the West Grove has found itself in a quandary more recently. While there are some in the community that are not necessarily enthused about the commercialization of the historic Charles Avenue, Grace is here as a representative to talk about the fact that the community also sees that Black families develop their properties in a way that also creates wealth and opportunity. If we look at Grand Avenue, we certainly know that historically, development has come into our beloved community without any memorialized, enforceable benefits to the community. But after 18 months of negotiations, for the first time, a community organization was able to execute a CBA with the developer that also influences the language of a restrictive covenant that is recorded with the city, and as well, many concessions were made on both sides. But because of this restrictive covenant, the CBA and also Grace will record a resolution of support for the Stirrup family and their development. So that is coming from Grace, and I think I forgot to say at the start that I am Carolyn Donaldson. I'm here as the chair of the Housing Committee for the South Dade NAACP, and I'm also vice chair for Grove Rights and Equity, Community Equity, which is referred to as Grace.
Thank you. Ms. Donaldson, the time is up, but I know you said you wanted to speak on 2 items. We've recorded that you are in support of PZ 5 and 6 and the organization
We are in support of PZ 5 and 6.
I don't want to cut you off, so what is the other issue you'd like to speak
And the other issue is the CRA, and we are also in support of the West Grove CRA. We look forward to additional detail, as well as the development of the Community Advisory Board.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Please try to spread yourselves out as much as possible. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. My name is George A. Simpson. I'm a physician and surgeon. I've been in Miami since 1958, and I'm glad to finally see that there is some advantage of being 96 years old to come front of the line. That's something. I come to speak in favor of the finalization of approval for the construction of a development on Charles Avenue, which will bring jobs and continue the traditions of the West Grove. This is brought by the people who have partnered with the Stirrup family to renovate the Stirrup House, which is one of the oldest houses in Dade County and the birthplace of the Stirrup family, pioneered by E.W.F. Stirrup Sr., who built over 100 houses for low-cost, affordable housing residents of West Grove. Now, this is, I guess, maybe the fourth time. I think we've been on this project for about 3 or 4 years. First time I came up here, I walked up, my 2 feet talked, so forth. Next time I came, I had a cane. My family said, you better use a cane. I reluctantly used a 1-point cane. Next time I came, last year I think it was, I had a 4-point cane, which I myself said I better use. Now here I am with a walker. I hope I won't be here next year, another 6 months or whatnot, in a wheelchair, highlighting for the same approval of this very useful project for the development of West Grove. I've been here since 1958 practicing medicine and teaching, and in about 30 or 40 of those years, there's been a stagnation of development in West Grove. The only significant one in the past, I think, 8 or 10 years was the one on Grand Avenue, and I think Mrs. Gibson can tell you a lot about that. I think we need to kickstart development of West Grove. This project will do that. It will give jobs, it will give construction wages, and it will preserve the history, the traditions, the culture of West Grove in conjunction with the historical significance of the Stirrup House. So I urge you, don't bring me back here next year in a wheelchair. Next time I might have to come in a hearse.
Dr. Simpson,
You know,
I don't know that we would bring you back for an item such as this, but you have my commitment that I will be bringing back an item and seeking support of my fellow commissioners to name a street in honor of your family, as well as another street in honor of the Gibson family. Both of you are here today, still fighting and representing your community. And the West Grove would not be here still but for the efforts of your two families. And so I will be working with the community to select the appropriate streets that would be eligible for a renaming, and we will bring it back to this commission that will urge the county to rename 2 streets in honor of these 2 families. And I really thank you for taking the time to come here today. Commissioner Reyes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for your kind attention.
Find the street, put the resolution, and I will second it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You have my say. Or I'll co-sponsor with you, whatever you want. Because I've been
Thank you.
here for a long time, too.
Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Commissioner Russell, and other commissioners here. I'm Linda Williams. My home address is 3523 Charles Avenue. I'm temporarily at 3517 Hibiscus Street. I am a Coconut Grove Village West native, born and reared. I currently serve as a community activist, but I call it community servant. I am first vice president of the Coconut Grove Village West Homeowners and Tenants Association and vice chair of the Coconut Grove Village Council. Items PH6 and RE3 on today's agenda pertains to a request for this panel to create a community redevelopment agency, or the CRA, in the Coconut Grove, to be known as West Grove CRA, and a directive that the city manager enter into an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County effectuating the CRA. On behalf of HODA's executive board, which initially supported this proposal with conditions in April of 2020, we remain in support of this measure and hope that the Village West community will be kept abreast of the engagement of all stages of the CRA's development. HODA also gives support for the agenda item PZ 5 and 6, in which land use and zoning classification changes are requested for abutting lots stated within on Charles Avenue and Williams Avenue. The project proposed for this property would provide opportunities for job creation, training, and service to bridge the gap that has long existed between Village West and Center Grove Commercial Corridor. We do hope for your support.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning, I believe that's Mr. March. You're very welcome. 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael March, and I live at 3586 Charles Avenue in a shotgun shack built in 1935. I'm here today to oppose PZ items 5 and 6. First off, I don't believe you should be able to get a commercial upzoning on a residential street without the express consent of all of your neighbors. Secondly, Charles Avenue is a historically designated corridor. The designation of Charles Avenue is something that weighs heavily among those of us who still have standing houses on the street, whether our homes are individually designated or not. Homes on Charles Avenue, which are older than 50 years, cannot be demolished without permission from a city historic officer. Has everyone here heard the saying, "A rising tide lifts all boats"? If one family has redevelopment rights, then we should all have redevelopment rights, regardless of our ethnicity, our political influence, or our finances. I ask you, gentlemen of the commission, please either deny the applicant's upzoning today or remove the historic designation of Charles Avenue for the rest of us. Otherwise, to grant this upzoning on a designated street would mean that the rules do not apply to everybody. They do not apply equally to everybody. Please vote against PZ items 5 and 6. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish, you're welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having us here, and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of the CRA for the West Grove. I came to the West Grove in 1994. There were some people I still recognize here, like Ricky Holton. We all were on the Coconut Grove Local Development Corporation together back then, which was headed up by the late David Alexander, who tried his best to revitalize the West Grove. I have pictures in my office donated by the Blumenthal family, who used to be very prominent owners in the West Grove, that show Grand Avenue back in 1961, and anybody's welcome to come to my office and see them. Grand Avenue back then was actually pretty prosperous. There was the Pine Inn and Jack's, and there was the Grand Cafe. In these photos on my wall, there are recent new automobiles of all types and descriptions that are parked on the street. But since 1961, somehow the West Grove has been left completely behind. And part of that, I think, is just lack of adequate funding for infrastructure and for supporting the businesses that are there. There's no parking in the West Grove. Art Noriega, who I saw earlier, built a parking garage on a property right at the southwest corner of Grand and Douglas, and nobody would park there. They wouldn't pay 10 cents in the meters that Art put up because the businesses didn't have enough business after, by this time is 1995 to 2000, to support even a parking lot. So what's needed is a more holistic, the CRA will give that, will give a blanket ability for the Grove to prosper, for the West Grove to prosper the way all the residents here have intended all these years. And I think it will blossom, and you'll see all the stores reopen, and the people there will be able to shop in their own communities and be prosperous. So please support the CRA for the West Grove. It's long overdue. It'll bring many, many benefits to that community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Parrish. Good morning. You're welcome to speak.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Distinguished commissioners, Mr. Mayor, if you can hear my voice, and the guests. I'm Dr. Rick Holton. I come to you not as a developer, not as one who's looking for an economic opportunity, but I come to you as a 69-year resident of Coconut Grove. In the same area, I stand on the shoulders of people like Mrs. Gibson. I stand on the shoulders like people like Dr. right here. I stand on the shoulders of people like David Alexander. I spent 15 years as the president of the Coconut Grove Local Development Corporation, and we fought for a number of years to have economic growth and development to change the culture and to maintain our historical perspective of Coconut Grove. And now we have that opportunity. I am in support of the STIRP project. I'm here to represent that as a community person, as a person who has an interest as a community person. 69 years, if I can live another 69 years, I'm not going anywhere, I'll be right here. If I had the power to offer a motion, I would offer that motion right now, but I don't. But I urge all of you, I urge you commissioners to support this project. It is for our community. It is something that we have been fighting for a number of years. We have that opportunity. Don't let it go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
My name is Ashley Snow, and I'm here representing Rebuilding Together Miami-Dade. I'm speaking today in support of 3 items. Actually, I'm going to sneak one in. PZ 5 and 6, the CRA, and then also I'm going to sneak in PH 5 as well. You know, Charles Avenue originally was a business corridor here in Village West, and there's an opportunity to bring that back and really make an impact here in this community, not only with new business, but bringing tourism to Village West, which is often left out. I've lived in Center Grove for the first several years that I lived in Miami, and I've watched that neighborhood boom and have so much opportunity, and Village West has not received that same just support, it seems, and I think it's their time. Furthermore, the Stirrups have agreed to a community benefits agreement that will support local organizations like HODA, Grace, us as Rebuilding Together, that will provide safe, healthy, and affordable housing for residents. So not only are they creating new jobs, they're bringing business, they're bringing tourism to a long-forgotten neighborhood that has been ignored, but they're also supporting residents here. I full-heartedly agree that this should be here in this community, as well as the CRA. I know I'm running out of time. And also, I would just love to quickly sneak in really fast the API funds for us as well. We've been working with Ken Russell diligently here with Community Development Block Grant funding. Unfortunately, that funding can only help very specific residents over the age of 60 that are owner-occupied. This funding, if given the opportunity, will help us renovate rentals, help some younger homeowners that are just now coming to the Grove or maybe recently inherited a home from a family member. And we hope that you will consider approving that today as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for Rebuilding Together. I'd like to say to my fellow commissioners, if you are looking to rehabilitate single-family homes in your community, they take $1 and they stretch it into 6. Through volunteerism, through sponsorships, they can leverage the money that we provide as a city, and they're very accountable. The items today, PZ 5 and 6, will be proffering a covenant to give $150,000 to Rebuilding Together. There's another item of my API money, which will add another $300,000 to their budget. Our goal in the West Grove is to renovate 100 homes. And I think we're already up to almost 30 or 40 right now. And these are single-family homes. Some are historic, some are not. But we're here to help people stay in their homes because in the fight of the affordable housing crisis, maintaining existing affordable housing is the lowest hanging fruit that we should be fighting for. So thank you for all your work. Good morning.
Good morning. Michael Castro, 3746 Washington Avenue. I'm here regarding the PZ 5-6. And basically what I want to say is that ever since I bought my little cottage in Coconut Grove, a couple months after I purchased it, the city wanted it demolished. I went through all the loops, I spent the money, and it took a lot of time to stop that from happening. Afterwards, a couple months after I resolved everything, they wanted it designated historic. I had to go through all the loops. I had to spend the time and the money and the resources. And honestly, I don't have the inclination to continue to do this. My point is this: there's continuous scrutiny in this area of Coconut Grove. And, through all this, I've been talking to neighbors and getting to know them, and it's getting ridiculous to a certain point. Homeowners feel that the city is consistently picking favorites, and I'll finalize just by asking the commission to please, listen to the concerns of the neighbors, specifically ones in opposition to the PZ 56.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Good morning, Senor De La Paz.
Morning. My name is Guillermo de la Paz. I live at 3441 Charles Avenue. I oppose to the CRA because there's no plan, and I oppose to 5 and 6 zoning. When you're 90, you don't get into the hotel business. What's going on Charles Avenue is a land assembly. Stirrup Family and Point Group, two organizations that what they do, Point Group, what they do is the land banking, which means acquire land, change zoning, and resell it at a higher price. I'm sorry. I have been told in front of you at public meetings that people like me should not belong in the West Grove. So the idea that this is a community and that we're all fighting for the best for the community is wrong. If you decide to change the name of the street, I think what you should do first is to stop the shootings, the garbage, the code compliance. I know that's hard to do. It's easy to change the name. If you really respect this community, bring capital improvement, order, stop the drugs. Changing a name, you can do it in front of the commission one day. The other thing will be hard to do. And we vote for you because of that. What you have in front of you, commissioners, is a land assembly on Charles Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Bishop Dr. Marthenia Dupree, and I am the pastor of the church on Charles Avenue, closest down to the Playhouse. We've been in that building for 69 years. And also, we make sure that we are always taking care of our building. I am very, very, very happy to be here to say that I support the Stirrup family. Our church, when we first moved into that building in 1952, we paid $15 a week for rent. Now we pay nothing because we own the property. So I'm very happy that I am looking to see other things happen to upgrade Charles Avenue. A lot of cars go by all the time, but I want to make sure that everything on Charles Avenue is going to look like Coconut Grove used to look. My family came from South Carolina in 1947 when I was just a small baby, because now I'm 74 years old. So when our family came, we lived on Grand Avenue in the home with Bishop Claude Mincy, and he was the one who took us to start our church. Since that time, my father was the pastor, but when he got older, he got 2 weeks from being 90 years old, and he passed away. He passed on everything at the church to me, and he made me the presiding bishop, and he also made me the pastor of the church. So I love my church. I don't live in the Grove anymore because I live way out in Miami Gardens area, but I'm always in the Grove at my church. I go in there, and right before church, I sanitize everything on the inside of the church. And I always make sure that I'm doing something to help our children in the church because we have a lot of children who come to our church. And I'm very happy to see that they know how to do things that adults do so that when they begin to grow up, then they'll know what everything is all about. Because I grew up from Grand Avenue with the Mincy family to Charles Avenue into my church, the United Christian Church of Christ in Coconut Grove. And I love my church. I always tell everybody that. I love my church, and I'll always love my church. And I thank you all very much for giving the opportunity for people to come up and give their view of how they can see things. So I'm very thankful about all of that. And I thank all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you for your comments.
Mhm.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
Good morning. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the West Grove CRA or PZ 5 and 6?
My name is Elena de la Paz.
Can you move the microphone a little closer?
Good morning. My name is Elena de la Paz. I live at 3411 Charles Avenue. My husband and I are active community members and advocates. We love the West Grove and we love the Grove. And while we're all for the betterment of the community, I'm here to oppose the proposed hotel specifically. Charles Avenue is a quiet, residential, historic street, not a commercial one. And I feel like the hotel would increase traffic immensely. The city itself did a traffic study back in 2018 where 1,522 cars drove down Charles every day. 85% of those cars went over the speed limit. Currently, the true fact is that we have delivery trucks on the sidewalks that pedestrians cannot walk down the street. Traffic is often stopped because of the traffic. There's also cyclists and kids that try to go down, and there's a huge amount of traffic down the street. I feel like it would be a deterrent for emergency vehicles that would need to go down Charles Avenue. There has already been, and the fact is that there was an emergency vehicle that collided into a planter on Charles. So I don't even want to think what would happen if emergencies would happen because of the increased development down the street. So I am hoping the commissioners will make the right decision and keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy Gray, Jr. I've been in Coconut Grove all my life, born and raised. I am here to support PZ5, PZ6. I'm also here, my main reason here is about jobs for my community, West Grove, Village West. I can honestly say I'm a witness to what the Sturp family and their partners have did for my community as it comes to jobs on another project that they developed 17 years ago. For 17 years, myself and other young, upcoming individuals have been employed at this development. So I can honestly say I'm in support, but I'm also a witness that this will bring jobs to my community from the construction, hospitality, and everything else that can help support to bring more to my community. Because right now, we need it. We need the jobs. Again, my name is Timothy Gray, and I'm a born and raised resident of Coconut Grove, and I know what my community needs, and that is jobs. And this will bring more jobs to my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Good morning, Mr. Rashid.
Good morning, Commissioner Russell. How are you and your fellow commissioner and fellow court, Mr. Watson and Diaz Portilla, and Mr. Ray, saw you at Fresh Market yesterday. I'm a known quantity in this community. I probably has built under programmatic initiatives, probably more affordable houses than anybody, and was the lead in the Gibson Center development. And I've had the opportunity to study and be in the trenches for over 35 years. And I've come to speak with great favor for this project, PZ 5 and 6. And I'm later going to support the CRA, but I'm going to speak principally at this moment about the CRA. When you have a good concept, we have to know and recognize it. This is a great convergence of a good, well-conceived concept that respects the historical character of the community, its architectural design by people who have long served this community for over 125 years, building what is referred to as naturally occurring affordable housing. Nobody in Miami has done more than this. And these people have forbeared. And some backdrop about this street. They talk about Charles Avenue. Before Grand Avenue was the commercial corridor, Charles Avenue was the principal commercial corridor for this part of Miami, Coconut Grove. It has historic markers for attaining to that historic things. It provides the jobs. It's a great convergence and connectivity between the historical Village West with our prosperous, bustling commercial center. So we have to support a good idea when we see it. And we pass on this, I guarantee you we're going to get something worth that we can live with. So this is well conceived, and it hits all touch points, respect for the culture of the environment, and anything else. We have the expertise to solve any parking problems. That's the easy part. But we have to seize the moment, and let's do this now. Let's not defer the dream that's overdue any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers who'd like to speak on either of those items, PZ 5 and 6 or RE 3 and PH 6? Is there anyone outside of the chambers who would like to speak on either of these items? I believe we have a monitor set up outside for public comment. Can anyone clarify for me if anyone is outside waiting to speak? Thank you, Camacho. And then we have some folks on the phone. It's going to be a little complicated. I believe we have five phone calls, some of which are on these items, but some are not. We can't distinguish, so we're going to hear all of them right now and just count that towards future public comment. But if you all could bear with me, we're going to get through the public comment for these particular items and see if there's a motion on these particular items. Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Have we screened these 5 phone calls?
Yes, they have been screened.
Okay, so there's not going to be any offensive phone calls or
I
anything?
cannot promise what someone will say, but we will not allow
So they haven't
profanity.
been screened?
Screened for what? We've asked them their name. We've asked them what subject they're speaking on. We cannot predict what they will say, but I will not allow profanity. But if somebody is passionate or upset, I cannot stop someone from speaking simply because they disagree with us. So
I'm going to say that.
Yeah.
Didn't we pass something last commission meeting?
for recorded calls.
For recorded calls
Yeah, if
only?
a recorded call came in and it was profane, this was a long time ago,
Right.
during COVID, for virtual.
No, this is the last commission meeting.
Yes, Madam City Attorney, in the last commission meeting, there was a motion passed to eliminate
Yes.
telephonic
Correct.
public comment.
Correct, but the advertising for this meeting had already gone out, which included the telephonic calls. We will start the no telephonic calls and just in person, April 8th.
In the next meeting?
Correct.
Yes, so this will be the last meeting with telephonic public
Today
comment.
I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To add and be very clear in this, people that call, it's just when they come in person, they're going to address what's on the agenda. If they want to address something that's not on the agenda, they want to just throw anything out of the blue, that is not allowed, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure that you will do what is appropriate, and cut the phone call. We have rules and regulations here, and they have to be followed, the same as if you're present here or you're calling from somewhere else.
Thank you. It is very clear within state statute and our city code that public comment, the public shall be entitled to speak on any proposition before the city commission in which the city commission may take any action through the presiding officer. So if there's an item on our agenda, you can speak on that item.
I have another question.
Yes,
If they don't live in the city of Miami?
we cannot stop them from calling. You're shaking your head,
Yeah,
Madam City Attorney.
I disagree with you, but Madam Attorney?
if it's something on the agenda that they wish to speak about, we cannot
They can call from
so-
California.
Based on whether they live in the city or outside the city, we can't limit it in that fashion.
The code says any member of the public, so it doesn't specify resident.
Okay.
But this will be the last day for telephonic
Yeah, but
comments, so.
It's not just a code. I think there might be some constitutional problems. I don't know if the city attorney would agree with that or not, but the point being that if anybody wants to come in person, I believe if it's related to something in the agenda, we have to hear them, unless you get 100 people for the same item, and then we have a right to choose a couple of people or whatever to be representative of the group. But what opens itself up to abuse is the phoning. You could have people calling up from anywhere. They could be in another state, another county, another country, and if they really wanted to, then they could basically bring our meetings to a stop. So COVID is not a hindrance anymore, as we stated. People could come here or they could be outside. But beginning next meeting, let's be clear, anybody that wants to address this body, they physically have to come to City Hall, either to speak inside or to speak outside, but physically. No more phone calling.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
Yes,
we
Madam City
do
Attorney.
still have the public comment form online that they could still send
They can
the
submit by email.
comments. We
Yes.
still have that provision to give them another option, the email that you receive on
Yes.
the spreadsheet.
So I don't know who's on the line right now. They have been screened for what they're calling on. You have my commitment. I will not allow profanity. And I
do
will
wanna
not allow
ask
folks to speak
one
not
more
for items not on the
question.
agenda.
If I could ask one more question to the
Yes.
city attorney. What was our policy before COVID in as far as the internet and sending information?
We never did it.
Did we ever do that before or not, Madam City Attorney?
The comment form?
Yeah, the comment part.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing throughout the whole pandemic, the comment
Yes,
form.
but I'm
that-
talking about before the pandemic.
We did not have that option before
We
the
didn't have-
pandemic.
Not have that option either, okay? Well,
I mean, everybody can always email you, that's always been, but the public comment form is what we've been doing since the pandemic, that they upload and then we make it as a part of the record.
I understand that, but I'm not talking again pandemic. I'm talking pre-pandemic.
Right, pre-pandemic, we did not have the public comment form.
Okay, well, that might have to be revisited too, because that has the strong potential for abuse also.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner.
I agreed, because it was, we were abiding by our constitution before the pandemic, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can eliminate the email thing, right? Because it's constitutional, is that correct?
Yes, if you so choose.
Okay, so we should revisit that, maybe you in this meeting, Commissioner Carollo.
I think it was only created procedurally by the administration. It wasn't created by legislation, so the administration can.
So I would like to direct the administration to stop it.
Well, that could be, if the city attorney would draft a resolution for this body to consider this afternoon, that would simply state that beginning next meeting, we will go back on our public hearings strictly as pre-pandemic.
Correct.
And you could, if you want, outline what that means.
Thank you very much. I'd like to finalize public comment. We have 5 people on the line waiting. Is that correct? Good morning. You're on with the City of Miami Commission. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning. My name is resident of Little Haiti, but longtime born and raised in the community of Wynwood Norte. I'm calling to support PZ 1, 2, and 3, as well as SR 5 and 6. For a long time, the people of my community have lacked the knowledge and support to actually invest and build their community. And honestly, I'm probably one of the first people of my generation to step up and to take responsibility for what's ours. And I'm not doing this for any other reason than to help preserve the culture and the history of my people. And through this NRD2 and through the ordinance presented today, I genuinely believe that this would be the best path forward to help my people long term and just to move everything forward. It's been too long. I'm 32 years old. I don't want to spend another 30 years waiting for things to change in my community. So thank you very much for listening to this and for hopefully pushing this forward.
Thanks for your comment. Good morning, you're on with the commission. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Edward Grimes. I'm with SativaPress.org. We're a 501c3 here, up in New Jersey, actually. One of our board members just took a plane down to Miami, and we advocate for disabled rights and for cannabis patients' rights. And he is in Miami right now with his medical cannabis from New Jersey, and he's actually afraid to use it. He actually has to hide it.
Sir, which item are you speaking on?
Well, I'd like to speak on medical cannabis, if that's okay.
I apologize. So there is an appeal pending on the cannabis issue that will be before this commission within the month. If I'm not mistaken, it's scheduled, and that would be the appropriate meeting at which time to speak on that. So this would not be the appropriate time to bring that up, as much as I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. But we have procedure. So we look forward to hearing from you when that item is on the agenda.
Well, okay, but I've been on for hold for 2 hours, and I just want to ask, what is that about? What is the...
There's been an applicant in the city to open up a dispensary. They've been denied by the administration, approved by the Planning Zoning Board. The administration has appealed that approval by the Planning Zoning Board to the City Commission, and so an appeal is scheduled to come before this commission on whether or not they can get a certificate of use in the city of Miami. So you will be very interested in that item, and I do look forward to hearing from you then.
I am. Will there be a tax on them? Like, do you have like in Jersey, we have a 2% tax. Is that what you're looking at too?
I'm sorry, you have a what?
A 2% tax on medical cannabis and recreational cannabis. Do you have a tax for that also?
I'm not able to speak to that right now, but I look forward to speaking with you actually offline, and I'm happy to speak with you and your organization offline with my office. And I apologize you have waited this long without recognizing that our public comment is limited to the agenda items. But I really do appreciate your call, and I do want to reach out. You can reach my office at 305-250-5333, and I would like to set up a call with you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your call. Good morning. You're on with the City of Miami Commission. Please state your name and the agenda item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, my name is Julie Williamson. I'm speaking on behalf of Father Jose Luis Menendez, agenda items PZ 1, 2, and 3, and SR 4 and 5.
Go ahead.
Okay. As I said, I'm Julie Williamson, speaking for Father Jose Luis Menendez, who for 30-plus years has been involved in the community as a pastor of Corpus Christi Church and a founder of Mission San Juan Bautista. Our address is 3220 Northwest 7th Avenue, and I'm speaking on PZ 1, 2, and 3, and SR 4 and 5. Father asked me to speak for him on behalf of the church and the mission in full support of the Wynwood Norte Neighborhood Revitalization District. We at Corpus Christi and through our Mission San Juan are proud members of the Wynwood Community Enhancement Association, and we support the community vision plan and efforts over the past 2 years to improve the quality of life in the neighborhood. Residents, business owners, and other individuals who care deeply for the people in this community have worked in collaboration with your planning department on a much-needed set of zoning changes that will establish a supportive framework for a sustainable neighborhood where our young people and families can participate in the growth of our great city. This is not just about zoning. This is a thoughtful investment in the people living, working, and worshiping in our community. This is about investing in new lighting and infrastructure. This also involves putting key protections in place to curb the demolition of existing residential buildings and deal with an abundance. So we ask for your assistance.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't hear you.
And we ask for your assistance today and thank you for your leadership. By voting to approve these items for Wynwood Norte, you continue the important work of Mission San Juan Bautista and of the association in enhancing the lives of the residents of our neighborhood. For that, we thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much for your comments. Good morning, you're on with City of Miami Commission. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning, Honorable City Commission. Brett DeBoe, Managing Director of the Miami River Commission, 1407 Northwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida, 33125. Regarding agenda items SR1. On March 2nd, 2020, the Miami River Commission respectfully recommended approval of the city's proposed ordinance to increase seawall elevations in response to sea level rise with conditions, all of which have thankfully been met. Your continued support for the Miami River District is appreciated.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks for your call.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning. Please state your name and the item on the agenda you'd like to speak on.
My name is Charlie Coney. I'd like to speak on the item PZ.5, the historic.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Charlie Coney, and I'm here to speak about item PZ.5. I'm in support of the historic on Charles and the rezoning application because it will create jobs, revitalize Charles Avenue, and proudly display the local history and culture of Coconut Grove. This project will create new jobs and training and opportunity, including construction and hospitality jobs. And the project celebrates the history of Coconut Grove Village West community. This family invested substantial resources to restore the original historic stir-up house and convert it into a bed and breakfast. Existing zoning is not compatible with the history and context of the West Grove. For this and many other reasons, I ask that you approve this project. My name is Charlie Coney.
Thank you. Thank you for your call. Good morning. You're on with City Commission. Please state your name and the agenda item you'd like to speak about.
Hi, my name is Christian Nofra, and I'm calling for Wynwood Norte.
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to thank Commissioner Watson for giving me this opportunity to address him. I bought my property in Wynwood Norte at 105 Northwest 31st Street about 8 years ago. I've seen how the neighborhoods around have been changing, and I think that Wynwood Norte would be very beneficial for all of us that have properties or that live in Wynwood Norte. I moved out of Wynwood Norte because of the safety issues, and I feel that if we have more density and more population, then we're going to have more eyes on the street and keep everybody safer. As well, I'm an aspiring developer. This is going to be my first aspiring project, so I'm not one of the big guys coming from New York, so I need to have it needs to make sense for me. So it's a project that needs scale in order for it to make sense for me to be able to develop it. So that's why I'm supporting Wynwood Norte. And once again, I want to thank Commissioner Watson for giving me this opportunity to address it.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you much.
Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Great. Good morning, City Commission. I want to thank you for taking my public comment via phone. I truly commend your public service. My name is Jamel Court, and I'm an employee of L&L Holding with an address at 142 West 57th Street, New York, New York. Today, I am speaking in full support of items PZ1, PZ2, PZ3, SR4, and SR5. We have recently invested in the Wynwood Norte neighborhood, and we are planning a development project which includes over an acre of landscaped outdoor space open to the public at all times. I'm excited about the community-driven process in developing this new legislation and in particular, its incentives for affordable housing, community gardens, micro retail, and pedestrian-oriented development. This is a very positive moment for the community and shows great forward progress. I truly thank you for your leadership and for hearing me today.
Thank you for your call. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Good morning. My name is Dolly McIntyre. I own property at 2624 Beluga Drive. I'm calling to speak on PH1, RE5, and FR2. First, I'd like to ask you to ask all the commissioners.
Ms. McIntyre, could you speak up a little bit?
Clearly.
Dolly,
I'd like to ask all the commissioners to speak loudly into the microphones.
likewise.
I'm calling to support the Police for Dade Heritage Trust, and I'm calling to ask you to not do anything to increase gambling in the city of Miami. This would be disastrous for our emerging cultural and art reputation. It would bring high rollers and sleazy characters, and we don't need that. We need community-friendly, safe neighborhoods. So please do nothing to increase gambling. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't mess with Dolly. All right. Is that the end of public comment? You have one more. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Hello, my name is Elisa Castro, address 47 Northwest 30th Street.
Momento, por favor. Can we get a translator, please?
My name again, Elisa Castro.
Puedes hablar en español, pero tenemos a alguien para traducir.
No, I could do it in English, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Thank you. Disculpa. Please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. Elisa Castro, address 47 Northwest 30th Street. And I'm calling to speak in support of the Wynwood Northern Neighborhood Rehabilitation District and Public Benefit Programs, item PC1, PC2, PC3, SR4, and SR5. For many years, we have watched our neighborhood suffering. More and more vacant lots, few housing options for families, business struggling on 2nd Avenue. Over the past 2 years, many different people, including resident business owners and property owners, have rolled up their sleeves and come together to identify the needs and priorities. Now, with the Wynwood Northern NRD2, we have an action plan supported by the community to help bring our neighborhood back in a positive way and improve the quality of life. That means new dollars to reinvest in the safer sidewalks, fixing the old zoning to allow for new housing that is affordable to families, opportunity for small business. That is why we 100% support the Wynwood Northern Neighborhood Rehabilitation District. Thank you for supporting our community.
Thank you for your call. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Yes, my name is Anthony Witherspoon. I reside at 3629 Grand Avenue in Coconut Grove. I'm calling to speak on items PC5 and PC6.
Go ahead.
Project Celebrate. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Witherspoon. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Okay, this project celebrates the history of the Village West community. In addition to that, the Spear family, who was one of the original settlers here, and their partners are committed to the preservation of great historic culture and history that the people of West Village makes for a unique place to live. Their family truly invested in a variety of resources to keep and restore the Stirrup House and convert it to the project that it's working on now, a bed and breakfast neighborhood to be proud of. Their proposal today is an extension of that bed and breakfast proposal, and it helps restore that particular area of Coconut Grove. The existing zoning is not appropriate because a transition is needed between residential and commercial uses. This is why the site is set vacant for very, very too long of a period of time. Lastly, the project creates new jobs and training opportunities for young people and residents in construction and hospitality, food industry. I'm supportive of this particular rezoning application for those purposes aforementioned, and I ask that you approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
My name is Robert Dolinsky. I'm calling today in support of the Wynwood Norte NRD2 legislation. I'm a property owner at 266 Northwest 32nd Street, and I've been in this neighborhood for about, give or take, 5 years. And it's really just been amazing what's gone on in the neighborhood in such a short period of time. And we're looking forward, I guess, as an owner, of all the positive opportunities that look like can be created. We've seen really big improvements in the neighborhood with safety and security. And if Commander Kerr is there, I want to thank him personally for that. The streets are so much cleaner, they're safer. I want to thank the Wynwood Community Enhancement Association, and I really look forward to all the efforts that everyone that this hearing today has done for the community and what we're going to be doing in the future. And we appreciate the city giving us an opportunity to be heard today.
Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you.
What's going on? Good morning. You're recognized. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Berrien. I live at 3325 Charles Avenue, and I would like to speak on agenda items PZ5 and PZ6.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm calling with a concern that is both about these items, but also a procedural concern. I am part of a small group of residents, a growing group of residents that live on the east end of Charles Avenue. There are approximately 30 homes within 500 feet of the lots that are proposed to be rezoned. And within those residents, we've been very quickly in the last 2 days kind of scrambling to connect with folks. And it seems that there are at least 20 residents, people living in homes within 500 feet of those properties that knew nothing about this until we brought it to their attention. So we recognize that there are some community groups that have been involved in negotiations with the developers. But the residents that live right next door to, right across the street from, and again, within 500 feet, didn't know about this at all and have not been engaged in a process of discussion at all. Specifically, we received the notice from the city a week ago. I'm working on my PhD. I'm pretty good at reading legalese documents, but we had a really hard time even figuring out what this was all about. And then when we went to look through the 2,000-page agenda to try to piece things together, let's just say that the average person, it would be understandable that they would be confused or not really understand what was going on here if they hadn't been included in those discussions. There were 7 people that wanted to speak today. We had understood in communications with the city attorney that public comment would be given as usual. We know that the way in which the public is allowed to make comments right now has been changing within the last few weeks, and that was very confusing. And so there were 7 people who were prepared to give comment, we thought, in person this evening when the agenda item was being heard again in person. They include a woman who is one of the historic families, a descendant of one of the historic families that lived here, whose property will be right next to this development. She knew nothing about this, as well as people that have lived in their homes for decades, again, immediately across the street and next to this development. So we know that we've been talking to the community, learning, kind of piecing together what's been happening here. We understand that the developers are claiming that they've been in a long process of working with the community to negotiate this. We understand that there are some really well-meaning community groups that have been in that negotiation process, but the people that live next to this proposed rezoning have not been included or noticed in that process.
Thank you. The time has expired. Thank you very much for your comments.
So will people be allowed to speak this afternoon?
So for the last 4 years, we've been conducting public comment in the morning at 9:30 so that everyone has a chance to speak on all the agenda items, and hopefully they won't have to wait around all day. Many years ago, we used to do public comment with each item, and people would have to stay here for 10, 11, 12 hours. So our public comment period is always in the morning. It is rare, but sometimes we open public comment during an item if someone is only here when they're only able to be here for that item. For example, one of the applicants or an attorney. But this public comment that we're doing in the morning is the normal way we do it. Thank you for your call. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Hi, my name is Mary Street, and I'd actually like to speak on the public comment issue that just came up today, briefly, if I may.
We're not taking an action on that item today, and it's not on our agenda. You're here to speak on an item?
Well, I just heard from watching remotely that there's going to be an action item later, I guess, directing the city admin to go back to the old version. I just have a brief request.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the telephonic public comment was voted on at the last meeting, that we would not continue telephone call-in comments. So this is the last meeting we're offering telephone. That was already voted and decided at a prior meeting. Well, what is it that you'd like to address about public comment?
So what I'd like to say, and that's exactly, it goes to my point. My point is that limiting public comment to in-person or what's on the agenda only works if the agenda is clear and if the commission isn't bringing up things on the fly like they did last time, which was getting rid of public comment by phone. That obviously was not on the agenda last time, which means there wasn't a real opportunity for people to comment on it. So just moving forward, I understand hopefully we all get back to a world where COVID isn't a problem. And it's not that in-person alone is a problem, although obviously access is great and, electronic allows that. But the agenda really needs to be clear and the commissioners need to be, have a lot of discretion, I guess, with the pocket items because that, obliterates the opportunity to really speak on issues that matter.
Thank you.
And we saw that multiple times this year.
Yes, you are correct. All items on the agenda are published prior so that the public can know what they're able to speak on. The only time pocket items are introduced is if they are of a timely nature, where the one proposing the pocket item can show that there is a reason it should be heard in this meeting. There usually needs to be a reason of timeliness or urgency to pass it in this meeting. But you're right. Otherwise, pocket items should be properly noticed and on the agenda. I really appreciate it.
Right, but Commissioner, please, if I just one thing. For example, there was a discussion item in January that just said Silver Bluff traffic. So that gives the public very little idea, and that resulted in 4 actual closures in my neighborhood. So, this is not being I guess my advice and request is not being followed. So, we're watching it in real time unfold in a way that's unfair to the people that you all serve. So,
thank you. No, I do appreciate your call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Hi, good morning. My name is Afi Symbol. I'm speaking on behalf of agenda items PZ 1, 2, 3, I think SR 5 and SR 6 regarding Wynwood Norte.
Yes.
So I have a place of business at 3470 North Miami Avenue. I've owned our property in Wynwood Norte for roughly 20 years. I've created and operated several businesses in Wynwood Norte over the last 20 years, and I'm calling in full support of the Wynwood Norte NRD2 items. I've watched this neighborhood struggle for many years with crime, businesses, and families leaving, and I'm proud to be part of the Wynwood Community Enhancement Association, and have been inspired by the residents and our neighbors and our commercial owners. And we've come together over the past 2 years to really improve the area. I think the NRD2 legislation makes the neighborhood safer. It fixes zoning to create housing opportunities and improves the lives and quality of life of the families in our neighborhood. I think it's good for our neighborhood in the city of Miami, and I ask you to vote yes for the Wynwood Norte NRD2 legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Good morning. Please state your name and the agenda item on which you'd like to speak.
Hi, my name is Baba Joshua Yesharim. I own 4 folios one at 3490-3442 Northwest 2nd Avenue, 3501 Northwest 2nd Avenue, and 187 Northwest 35th Street. And I want to speak regarding the Wynwood Norte NRD2 legislation, the 5 ordinances and agenda items.
Go ahead.
I just want to introduce myself. I've been investing in the area, that general area, the northern edge there of what we call Wynwood here in the city of Miami, for over a decade now. I do real estate. I'm a builder, a developer, and I'm a property owner and manager. I do my own rentals and leasing. I've had properties on the southern edge as well, and I've seen that area gentrify and improve a lot. I'd like to speak in favor of this movement for the area. I think it's very beneficial. I think Mr. Bernstein and the Wynwood neighborhood enhancement team that they've created has really generally improved the area a lot, and we've seen a lot of improved conditions in the streetscape, along with a lot of newfound interest from companies from other cities coming in that are related and very and local people are there's much needed. And I saw them, and I they're as a property owner.
Sorry, sir, you're breaking up. It's hard to hear you, but the time has just expired. But I think we did get the sentiment of your call. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you.
And you've got your hands full. Good luck. Have a great day. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Be well.
Good morning. Please state your name and the item on which you'd like to speak.
Yeah, my name is Ivan M. Rodriguez. I'm with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and the item is PZ7.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
You'd like to speak on PZ10, you said?
PZ7.
7. Yes, go ahead.
I can talk now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Back 3 days ago, on March 22nd, the school board submitted an objection in writing for the approval of the zoning exception to permit an alcoholic service establishment in an area spaced less than the required distance from the school, specifically in Ada Mathis Harner Elementary School. I understand we talked to planning staff, and they provided some additional information that we did not know. Basically, that this meets the city's ordinance within 500 feet, within walking distance to the school. Nevertheless, the school board is still objects to the application. One of the items that the staff mentioned is that they will prevent, or there's no way that they will sell or consume alcoholic beverages during school hours, which it would be a very good thing since this establishment is very close to Anita Mathis Harner Elementary School. So you just want to put the letter on the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is all of our public comment by telephone. I know some of you are still here waiting, but if there is a motion for PH6 and RE3 on the West Grove CRA, Mrs. Thelma Gibson would appreciate that. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Commissioner Reyes.
There's a second.
Seconded by Commissioner Carollo.
Discussion.
Discussion. Mr. Clerk.
And Chair, just for the record, I need to amend RE3 to include resolution number R-21-0119 adopted on March 25th, 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Carollo, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to get for the record so the administration would know how they're going to have to readjust their budget for next fiscal year, how much the general fund is going to lose from the millage rate that we receive now. That's one. Two, I'd like to discuss here. Instead of creating another separate board that we're going to spend several hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff, that it be combined with one of our other two CRAs. Maybe this could be combined with the Omni or Southeast. You know, in the past, when I was mayor, Omni CRA and Southeast CRA were one.
Yep.
So it doesn't make sense to me if we're not going to be getting nowhere near the amount of money that the other two CRAs get, that we're going to end up using a big chunk of that money in staff.
If I could address that, Commissioner
May I?
Carrillo? Just a moment, because I'd like to address him directly. The original intention was to make this an expansion of the Omni CRA, and I worked on that for several years with the county. I realized very quickly there was no will to get that to make that happen. So I bifurcated it and brought this CRA separately, which means it'll have a smaller budget. It'll have take a little longer to get started. Yeah. But this community, as you've seen this morning, is absolutely dedicated to having their own proud and strong CRA to help.
I believe and I understood what you tried to do, and it was the right thing, what you were trying to do in the way you were doing it before. But what I'm talking about is for the West Grove to accomplish that and at the same time have more money. You could bifurcate the West Grove's money from there's CRA, and the city attorney can guide us in that, obviously, and at the same time, use the same staff for both. And obviously, the board is going to be the same board that we have here.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, if, I don't know if it is possible, I don't know if the state will accept that. Because I remember that whatever we, every time that we are proposing a CRA, not only the county has to approve it, but also the state too. And if it is possible, I understand the rationale that Commissioner Carrillo is expressing. And if it is possible, and if you're going to get some of it's not going to be a board, but it will be the main concern will be the expenses for additional people to run the CRA. And if we can, I don't think that CRA is going to be that big. It's not going to be that. It needs so many employees. But if in the case that it could be, part of another CRA, I will strongly recommend that will be part of the Overtown Park West redevelopment project, which was the first CRA that was established in the city of Miami, and I'm proud to say that I was the economist for that CRA. And I will strongly recommend, if it is possible, that the Overtown Park West redevelopment CRA be the one that could manage.
So as you all know, the over 3-year process that we've all worked on together.
That's right, and we had argued a lot.
But we got there, and it included a unanimous vote of us on the finding of necessity, which established the boundaries of the CRA. So we would have to start from scratch.
But what we're doing now, it is accepting or finding the necessities which is that there is a condition of slum and blight, a proven condition of slum and blight, but that's what the application is going to try to prove. And when we go to we ask for the acceptance from the state, and it has to prove. We have to prove that it's a slum and blight. And this is the only thing that we're doing here today, and I know that. I do understand that.
Well,
but following on Commissioner Carrillo's rationale, I'm proposing, I'm offering, you see, that it is in my opinion that the Overtown Park West redevelopment project, CRA would be the one that deals with it, because it has is the most is more experienced in that
Yes, and that could be done at a later time. My hope and my ask is that we pass these agenda items as
Absolutely,
they are
I do
today.
understand. I do understand.
And that would establish the CRA, and then we can talk about how we work all
This
three
is
of them.
This is just to establish the CRA, and that's why I moved it.
With your all's permission, I'd like to recognize Commissioner
Oh,
Gibson.
sorry, Commissioner.
That's all right.
Another word.
Yes, just a minute, Mrs. Gibson, Commissioner.
Elma Anderson Gibson at 3661 Franklin Avenue, Coconut Grove. And I'm here in support of the CRA, West Grove CRA, primarily because we've been talking about this for so many years. And years ago, we talked about it, and then this 21 thing came up, and everything sort of changed. So many of the people who lived in Coconut Grove are now living down in the south end of Dade County, down in Homestead and Parai and everything, because there's nowhere for them to stay in Coconut Grove anymore that they could afford. And so if we could get a CRA, I believe it will be the savior for a part of Coconut Grove where some of our residents from the past could afford to live. I think all of you know that things have changed. I have nothing against other people coming into our community, but I really think that some of our old citizens should be able to stay there and be able to afford to live there. So if you could see fit this one afternoon to vote on a CRA for the West Grove, we will so appreciate it. We'll thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And I think all of you know what we could do with a CRA in our area. We want to just be able to have some of our people be able to live there. And I want to thank you in advance for your
Thank you,
support
Mr.
of
Gibson.
this item.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
So much.
Commissioner Croy.
Commissioner, all to be as clear as I could possibly be, all that I am trying to accomplish is not to reinvent the wheel, because we don't want to go backwards here, we want to move forward. But when the time comes that we use the same staff of one of the other two CRAs to handle the Grove Part 2, and it could be the same chairman, obviously, or not if you don't want it as a board, but not to duplicate more staff. And they can both be independent, and they have to be, but they could have the same staff working on both. And that would save a tremendous amount of monies that the Coconut Grove CRA could then use in addition to what they have. And that's all that I'm saying.
Yes, I do understand, Commissioner. And also one thing that is very important, what are the boundaries of that CRA? Have to be real defined. Boundaries have to be defined because the tax increments that are going to go to the CRA, it is within those boundaries.
Yes.
Okay. So it have to be very well defined, okay?
Yes.
Okay, let's send this to Tallahassee and that's it.
Mr. City Manager, based upon the initial boundaries, what is the amount of tax dollars that we as a city would not be getting then?
It's the approximation is $244,000.
Okay, that's fine. So what I would very politely suggest that you start implementing that into the budget for next year, beginning October 1st.
Well thought.
Because you're going to have $250,000 less to deal with.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Call the question if you like.
Yep, there's been a motion, there's been a second. Any further comment? All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PH6 and RE3. The West Grove has a community redevelopment agency. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Is there a motion on PZ 5 and 6? Because that was Mrs. Gibson's other request that we try to pass this morning while she's still here. PZ 5 and 6. That is the Charles Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding the applicant wishes to submit a different covenant into the record.
Let me see if we have a motion here first, Barnaby. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. There's a change to the covenant that's being proffered?
That's correct. The covenant has been, Carlos Lago
offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. The covenant has been updated to $150,000 contribution to Rebuilding Together Miami-Dade to repair homes and improve homes in the Coconut Grove area, in the West Grove. We're also going to pay that within 5 days of issuance of the building permit.
How much?
$150,000.
What was it before?
Previously to that, it was $75,000. So we've increased it substantially.
You doubled it, and they can't do more?
We've negotiated this at length, with the community, and it comes out to close to, it's about $5,555 per unit for the increased units, sir.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you. And so that payment would be paid within 5 days of receiving any building permit,
Correct, sir.
and it would be spent within the West Grove by Rebuilding Together.
Correct, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
You're lucky you're not in my district.
I'll be back in front of you, sir.
I would have gotten $250,000 out of you easily.
I'll be back in front of you, sir. You'll have your opportunity.
Chair.
You're recognized.
Carlos?
Yes, sir.
Which company are you giving this to again?
I'm sorry?
Which company are you giving the $150,000?
Rebuilding Together Miami-Dade.
Who are they?
Who are they? That's
So I would let the commissioner, expand, but they were here earlier today. They're a nonprofit organization that's been in Miami for over 30 years. Their focus is on repairing low income and improving low income and affordable housing throughout South Florida. But in this case, it's going to be spent in Miami.
Okay. It's a nonprofit?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a very well established.
I'm sorry, but I'm very blunt. Being nonprofits doesn't mean that they are effective. I mean, it is. What I want to know is what's the track record? I mean, how's those funds are going to be used? Because if it's going to be used, I mean, if you're going to offer those funds, I think that it will be better to be to our, my opinion, to our housing department, and with specific instructions that are going to be used for rehab or for building in Coconut Grove. I mean, that's what I would do. But I mean, when everybody, I'm not saying this, but when everybody says it's a non-profit organization, yes, it's a non-profit, doesn't pay taxes, but doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing I'm using the funds the way it should be done. You see, and it is my personal opinion. It's my personal opinion what we have to analyze when we are giving money to any organization. It is the track record. What have they done? Have they been effective? Have they really helped the people?
They have a proven track record.
And in this case, I personally believe that we will better use those funds by earmarking them for rehab in the area, you see, for rehabbing or for building affordable units.
So that's exactly what it's being used for.
But managed by us.
But so this particular organization actually is the one that was negotiated between the applicant and the community. This is where they want the money to go, because we actually have a schedule of 100 homes to be redeveloped and rehabbed in the West Grove, and it's this agency that's doing that rehab. And they've already been doing it for 3 years. You're recognized.
This is a very reputable organization. Can you walk the commissioners through their history and what they've done? This is not a fly-by-night operation, Commissioner Reyes.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know, but I wanted, let me just finish, please. Sure. I want the district commissioner to maybe walk us through what their history is and what the plan is for rehabbing these West Grove homes. Instead of Mr. Lago doing it, maybe the district commissioner can do it, and maybe you can give us an idea of what the plan is, because there's a plan in place. And I'm afraid that if that plan is taken out of place and this money goes to some bureaucracy, that will not happen. So that's my concern. That's my only concern. If there's a plan in place for rehabbing certain homes, instead of putting it into a fund, maybe for future developments we do that, because I agree with you in principle as we move forward. But for this particular one, I think there's a deal in place where they're going to rehab certain homes, and I think it's more efficient to simply give it to them. We're not giving it to an organization that's not a reputable organization. They've been around for 30-something years, and I think they have a plan in place. I don't want to disrupt that plan. So maybe
Sure.
the city commissioner can explain.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reyes.
first of all, I never said it was a fly-by-night. What I'm saying, and I stand by my statement, that everybody comes and says it is a non-profit organization. I'm sick and tired of hearing that. I want to know results. And my question was,
I'm with you.
I mean, and my
And
question
you're right,
is,
you're right.
and my question is, what is the track record? What have
Yeah.
they done and how they're going to do it? What's the plan?
Thank you.
I said, how much of those $150,000 is going to go for really, I mean, it's going to work for rehab,
Yeah.
for rehabbing for the people, and how much it's going to go for salaries.
Thank you. So, and you are very correct, Commissioner Reyes. Just because someone is a not-for-profit doesn't mean that they get the job done.
Absolutely.
Or that they are accountable. This particular not-for-profit, I've been working with my entire time here at the City of Miami. And I've trusted, every penny that I've trusted them with of the taxpayer dollar has multiplied and been leveraged over and over again to produce affordable housing and preserve affordable housing in the West Grove.
And then they have a favorable track record.
Yes.
And that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes. And I vouch for them personally.
And I want them to know that we're going to be looking over. And anybody comes here and asks for money because they claim that they're going to help the people, that we have to start looking what they're doing with their tax dollars, because there have been a lot of money. I mean, I've been in contact with the city of Miami for many, many years, and you too, Commissioner Carollo, and you know how many projects had started, how many millions and millions of dollars have been dedicated to certain areas, and the results have been minimal. You see? That's
Agreed.
what I'm saying.
So thank you. Does that proffer need to be accepted as an amendment?
Yes, sir.
So does the mover and seconder accept the amendment? I believe Commissioner Correa was a second. Yes, so the amendment is accepted. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion on the dais?
And for the record, that'll be for item PZ6.
Thank you. I believe there was one other proffer within the covenant, Mr. Lago, that there would not be residential units produced, that this would be
Correct.
limited to lodging.
This is a lodging project, correct?
Got it. Does the mover and seconder accept that amendment as
Yes.
well? Thank
Mr.
you. We'll
Chairman?
just incorporate that into the amendment. Yes.
Yes.
If I may, it's up to the commission because it's policy, but I just wanted to point out one particular issue with the public benefits that's being proposed. As drafted, it says the payments to be made within 5 business days after the issuance of a building permit. The caution that I would give the commission to consider is if that payment is not made, then what?
Meaning
So-
that we are giving the permit before the payment.
Correct.
And then
So-
5 days after the permit, they make the payment.
Correct. And if they don't make the payment, then what?
Well, that's my question to you. What is the recourse of the city if they
So
don't?
typically, the way these are proffered is that the payment is due prior to the issuance of the permit.
So
So
it's
if the
amended
payment is not
to that
made,
effect.
the permit is not issued.
Typically,
Do you have-
many projects before you, the money's given at TCO. So we're giving the money a building permit, but we can agree to give it at the issuance of building permits, so we don't have that issue any further.
Okay.
So we agree to that.
So we'll amend that, to include that.
To include what, though? What is the amendment you're
To
requesting?
include that it will be at the issuance of the permit.
Correct.
That they'll give the $150K at the issuance of the
And
permit.
I'll come with that in second reading.
Now, when
That's
you
part of the
say
covenant.
at the issuance of permit is the 5 days after?
No, it's at the issuance at the same time, right?
At the same time.
At the same time.
Same time.
At the issuance at the same time.
Yeah.
Instead of 5 days later, it's at the same time. That's the amendment.
The second issue I would point out, and again, it's up
So
to
you have a
the
second
commission.
issue.
Sorry, I just want to make sure you're fully aware.
Whatever happened to quit while you're ahead?
The second issue is as drafted, again, it says a building permit. I would suggest and caution the commission that you may want to consider any type of building permit, including but not limited to a phase permit. The reason I suggest that is, as an example, you can pull a phase permit and build a building without pulling a building permit.
So we'll include that in my amendment.
No issue.
Is that acceptable?
No issue. Yeah,
That's
we'll-
fine.
We'll include that in.
Mover and seconder accepts all amendments? All right, thank you very much. Is there any
Thank you
further
very much.
discussion on the dais?
You're welcome.
Hearing none, all in favor of the, in favor?
Chair,
Aye.
it's an ordinance.
Yes, Madam, Mr. City Attorney, could you read the ordinance for the record, please?
Mr. Hannon caught me off guard. Yes, PZ5 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended. The future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from single-family residential to low-density restricted commercial, of the .96 plus or minus acres described herein of real properties located approximately 3227, 3247, 3257, and a portion of 3277 Charles Avenue, and 3256 and 3270 William Avenue. Miami, Florida is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ6 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114 is amended by changing the zoning classification from T3R, suburban transit zone restricted with a neighborhood conservation district overlay, to T4L, general urban transit zone limited with a neighborhood conservation district 2 overlay for the properties generally located at approximately 3227, 3247, 3257, and a portion of 3277 Charles Avenue and 3256 and 3270 William Avenue, Miami, Florida. It's more particularly described in Attachment A. Attached and incorporated, accepting the voluntarily proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Is that both of them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there any further comment on PZ5 and PZ6? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Motion passes as amended. Thank you very
all.
much.
Have a good afternoon.
Now, I know there are people who have been waiting a long time to speak for public comment. With the permission of the commission, I'd like to dispense with public comment prior to lunch so these people can be safe and get out of our building.
Yes.
All right. So please, with social distancing, line up at both. Mr. Simpson, thank you very much. Dr. Simpson, Mrs. Gibson, thank you very much for coming today and being with us. Please line up at both the podiums, and you know the drill.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager. My name is Kathy Leff, 561 Northwest 32nd Street. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak before you today on behalf of Bakehouse Art Complex to support SR 56, PZ 1, 2, and 3, creating the Wynwood Norte Neighborhood Revitalization District. Bakehouse is an IRS-recognized 501c3 founded in part with support from the city and the county in the mid-'80s to provide a permanent and affordable working home for Miami artists. The then-abandoned American Bakeries Company was retrofitted for 68 artist studios, fabrication shops, and community spaces. We're the largest and oldest artist-serving organization in Miami, with thousands of artists having launched their careers at Bakehouse. Community members have enjoyed free access to our educational and cultural programs. As an active participant in Wynwood Norte for more than 3 decades, Bakehouse is proud to be among the initial group of stakeholders who came together in 2018 to form the Wynwood Community Enhancement Association. With the bakeries closing in the late 80s, the garment industry moving offshore, our neighborhood has experienced disinvestment, population and job loss, and aging housing stock, and businesses struggling to survive. We need an intervention plan driven by the aspirations and needs by the neighborhood rather than one imposed upon it. So for the past 2+ years, our neighborhood, property owners, residents, business owners, community organizations have been working together to imagine how we could preserve and revitalize one of Miami's oldest and most beloved urban neighborhoods. Our collective efforts have resulted in the Community Vision Plan codified by the city as the NRD2. Characteristic of it preserves a residential and unique residential and cultural character of the neighborhood that distinguishes Wynwood Norte, yet incentivizes other opportunities for affordable housing. We have 3 large public schools, parks, privately owned land that have the capacity to serve current and future residents while mitigating displacement. Bakehouse alone owns almost 2.5 acres, and we're committed to building affordable housing anchored by a better version of art making and community facilities. Demolition of existing residential structures without purpose is restricted to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing and halt the proliferation of vacant lots.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for supporting this legislation.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your patience.
So thanks, Vice Chairman. Thanks, Commissioners, to listen to me. My name is Marcos Loureiro. I live on 627th Street, Edgewater. I am the president of the Home Association, and I have my treasurer, Mario Persiani, here with me. As I said, I represent 165 units owners that are very concerned with the casino coming up. We are trying to build a family-oriented neighborhood. What we need is schools, we need parks, we need security, not a casino. Look what happened in Miami Beach a few days ago, last week. We have a shooting on the 26th and Biscayne 10 days ago. We have robbery in front of our building last week. The traffic is incredible. In fact, Miami does have 2 casinos, if I'm not mistaken, Casino Miami and the Magic City Casino, both one in Hialeah and dog racing. Our concern is the casino brings an ecosystem that is not in line what we are trying to build as far as family-oriented neighborhood. So I really please ask you, commissioners, to think through this voting that you guys are doing, because it can impact a lot of folks that move down to downtown area Miami looking for a family-oriented community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tony McLaughlin, address 9715 Southwest 73rd Avenue, and I am here today to read a letter of support on behalf of Ms. Nadine Patrice, a local business owner in Wynwood Norte, in support of items PZ1, 2, 3, and SR 5 and 6. My name is Nadine Patrice. I own a Jamaican restaurant in Wynwood. It's called Palatino Jamaican Restaurant, and the address is 3004 Northwest 2nd Avenue. We've been around for more than 8 years, and in 2017, we won Best Jamaican Restaurant in Miami. We have the best, hands-down, oxtail in Miami, and we strongly support the NRD2 because it can help bring more people in the area and support all the small businesses, especially during these times. This restaurant is more than just a restaurant, it's a community. Come on in. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Mr. Altave.
Andres Altave, 1900 North Bay Shore. So you know that's at Edgewater. So you pretty much know what I'm going to be talking about. My day started great. I went to social media and I saw like 700, I told you 300, this was like 700 comments. Andres, you're great, the best. And then I woke up. But I'm going to ask you not spoil the day by approving the settlement with the Magic City Casino. You would be spoiling the day for the citizens of Miami, the ones that you represent. You know, you have received numerous emails. It's overwhelming, the consensus against a casino is not only in Edgewater. You would be opening the door for everybody's going to be suing. They're getting in line to get licenses for gaming. And if you approve the settlement, is either you're going to have to approve licenses or you're going to have more lawsuits that you would be able to afford. It sounds like a pretty weak reason to think that it would cost the city a lot of money not to approve the settlement, because what is at risk is attorney's fees. And believe me, people are not going to understand that you don't represent them just because you don't want to take the chance, the risk of having to pay attorney's fees. This is not the kind of establishment that people want, not only in Edgewater. In the future, they are starting to talk about more casinos in Miami Beach and downtown. They're going to go to Little Havana too. Don't think that if you approve this one, people are not going to be suing and are not going to be suing to put this establishment in other parts of the city, that then you are going to be directly representing them. You are representing us. All of you are voting on something that is going to affect Edgewater, but it's going to affect the whole city. Magic City, the owner said in a very large meeting, Magic City is the largest employer of off-duty police. Where you think that's what we want? That kind of establishment that has to employ so many police because there is risk? Just go to the existing Magic City and look at the surrounding area. It's all fast food restaurant and pretty much no much else. the public that these establishments attract are not the ones that they are not the ones that are being able to afford being there. And definitely, it's not going in Edgewater will not be going in the direction that the population of Edgewater wants the neighborhood to go. So I hope you don't spoil everybody's day, and please don't accept this settlement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Will Vasquez, 3225 Northwest 3rd Avenue in Wynwood. I'm a stakeholder in Wynwood North and a proud board member of the Wynwood Community Enhancement Association. We're in full support of the Wynwood North Neighborhood Revitalization District items PC1, PC2, PC3, SR5, and 6. I've been in this neighborhood for 5 decades. I grew up and went to schools here, have family here. My father's in the 90s, is still residing there. We've seen this community go through the ups and downs the past 5 decades. And now finally, there's a real progress. The Wynwood CA has brought together diverse stakeholders in our community, including homesteaders, renters, business owners, to create our community vision plan. For 2 years, we have worked together with the city staff on a new zoning district that will allow new housing for families and put a stop to the vacant lots. But it's not just about zoning, it's about rolling up our sleeves and making our neighborhood safer and welcoming for families. We've been working with the community and business owners in 2nd Avenue to clean trash throughout the neighborhood and along the swells for a cleaner, safer community. We were honored to and proud to have Commissioner Watson, right here, boots on the ground, join us last month when he helped us with the cleaning, the swells and the homes and it's not here, okay. We look forward to continuing our work with the neighborhood cleanups and hope the resident will come out this coming Saturday. We're gonna meet at Roberto de Clemente Park to clean the community. After so many years patiently waiting for it to be recognized, I am proud to stand before you with my fellow stakeholders again to support Wynwood Norte. I want to add also that 4 decades ago, I met a beautiful lady, Dorothy Quintana, who passed away at 101. This was a lady that she was a hawk on the neighborhood, advocate for the elderly, people in need. This lady will feed anybody that was hungry that needed to be fed, okay? Now, hopefully I'm following her footsteps after so many years because she will come to me and always ask me to be proactive with the community. Now I am.
Thank you, sir.
Dorothy, Willie Chirino, that's what she used to call me, is here. And I'm sure she's smiling. She passed away 10 years ago this month.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. And thank you for your time, Commissioner Reyes. Met with you. De La Portilla is not here, but in Sergeant Camacho, they were in a neighborhood helping us out with some issues that we had, and it was taken care of because he was there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Ms. Rupp, good morning.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Christine Rupp, Executive Director, Dade Heritage Trust, 190 Southeast 12th Terrace. I'm here today to speak on item PH1, which is the approval of Dade Heritage Trust lease in the city-owned building at 190 Southeast 12th Terrace. In 2016, the voters approved a long-term lease for Dade Heritage Trust in this building. And we need your approval and ratification of that lease. Per discussions with your Department of Real Estate Asset Management, we've agreed to a shorter term, and both the administration and city staff are recommending approval of this lease. To clarify, the building, the original office and surgery of Dr. James Jackson, was built in 1905, and it was originally in downtown Miami. It was moved to its current location in Brickell in 1917. 60 years later, in 1977, when the city of Miami gained title to that building, the city reached out to Dade Heritage Trust for assistance with its rehabilitation and adaptive reuse to become the Dade Heritage Trust offices. We are an excellent caretaker of your historic asset, and we are proud to call that building our home. It serves as a symbol of the history of Miami, and it also creates a wonderful visual and service center for the Brickell neighborhood. Over the course of the last several months, since this item first appeared on an agenda, I've sent information to your offices and staff about all the services that Dade Heritage Trust performs for the city of Miami. We work in all of your districts, not just Brickell. Commissioner Reyes, we are working with residents in Shenandoah, in Grove Park. We work with the DDA. We're a visitor center for the DDA. We're a champion of historic downtown Miami. Commissioner Carollo, we're working on an affordable housing project in Little Havana. We are partners with the Healthy Little Havana initiative. We perform work with residents in Silver Bluff. Right now, we're doing a survey under a $50,000 grant from the state of Florida to educate your Silver Bluff residents about the importance of and preservation in their neighborhood. Commissioner Russell, you know, as we're housed in District 2, we service the Brickell area as a visitor center and gallery, and we have a wonderful education program where we bring kids from all over the city to Brickell and to the Bayfront so they can explore that area of Miami. We're working in Allapattah to produce a Main Street program and a survey in Little Santo Domingo. In Overtown, we're doing a federal district investigation to complete an overlay with the support of a prominent developer in Overtown. And we're also working with Booker T. Washington High School to look at preservation and programming for the historic Chapman House in Overtown. So we love our mission, we love working within the city, and we obviously are asking for your support to allow us to stay there and continue our good work for the city of Miami. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comment. Good morning, Mr. Priegas.
Good morning, Commissioners. Manny Priegas, 4000 Malaga Avenue, proudly supporting Southwest Florida Enterprises. Commissioners, I ask you to please consider and support the proposed settlement agreement that is RE4. I think that few people in this community would argue with me if I told them that the #1 anti-gaming advocate in South Florida is Mr. Norman Brayman. Mr. Norman Brayman made an appearance here not too long ago and, cemented, if you will, his position of many years fighting gaming and gambling in South Florida and his community. On March 10th, Mr. Brayman sent a letter to Chairman Ken Russell discussing the issue of the settlement agreement. And it's a short letter, but the gist of it is that he is not opposing the settlement agreement between the City of Miami and Southwest Florida Enterprises over the High Life Fronton and Card Room in Edgewater. And Mr. Brayman is doing this because Mr. Brayman puts his money where his mouth is. So not only does he advocate vociferously against gaming, but when the time comes, he puts his money behind it with his attorneys, and he tries to fight it every time he can. And he sort of did that in the months past with our agreement, with lateral issues that came up. His attorneys had a very unique perspective on all the litigation that was going on because of the battles that he was waging. So this decision that he makes a recommendation to this letter that he addressed Commissioner Russell, that he doesn't oppose it anymore, I think is a well thought out decision brought upon by the counsel of his attorneys. And the fact of the matter is that he believes that it's a good deal to settle this litigation with my client. So with that, one more time, I ask you to please support the settlement, and we're here to answer any questions that may come up during discussion of the item.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can't stop saying
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Price. I'm a resident of 2020 North Bayshore Drive in Edgewater. I actually didn't know the item of the casino was even on the agenda today, but as a resident of Edgewater, I'd like to just say that I completely agree with the gentleman that was, 3 or 4 speakers before me in opposition of the matter. But as a counterpoint to, sort of the wrong way to develop an area, I think that the Wynwood Norte group has done an outstanding job of getting the community together, getting the stakeholders together, and really creating a comprehensive and inclusive plan to redevelop a neighborhood over time so that it ensures that the development is done sensitively, it's done the right way, it's done responsibly, and it's done inclusively. So with that, I'd like to just say that I fully support the NRD2 and what they're trying to do, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Clara Inés Fernandez. I'm from 64 Northwest 32nd Street, Miami, Florida 33127. I'm here to support the NRD2 and thanks the City of Miami for the changes they are unanimously have worked on. The neighborhood is clearer and more safe to walk around, more organized. I'm confident NRD2 will be beneficial to our diverse community. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Sorry to wait, Commissioner Carollo.
Are there other speakers left? How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, and that's it. All right. Just gauging lunchtime. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to see Commissioner Watson back and in good health, sir. My name is Billy Corbin, also known as Little Billy Cohen, and I am here to speak on the presentations and proclamations on Women's History Month, as well as Commissioner Carollo's item from the last meeting, for which there was no opportunity for public comment, and during which he said that he would be talking about me and my family at every subsequent meeting. On February...
Mr. Corbin, you're speaking on the proclamation items?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Women's History Month.
Okay, there was no action taken on those items that would...
But I'm also speaking on Commissioner Carollo's item from last meeting, which there was no opportunity for public comment on, and during which he specifically said that in every future meeting he would be discussing me and my family.
Mr. Cohen, you do not have anything officially in the agenda today.
I can't hear you, sir.
You do not have any items on the agenda today that have to do with any of the issues that you're claiming that you're here to talk about.
Can I please hear from the city attorney, deputy city attorney? Can you please clarify? I'm speaking to the presentations and proclamations for Women's History Month, in addition to the Commissioner Carollo's item from the last meeting, during which there was no opportunity for public comment, and during which he said that he'd be talking about me in every future, and my family in every future meeting.
No, that's not what I said.
Can I get a clarification for the record from the city attorney, please? Madam City Attorney?
Barnaby, if you could comment.
Feel free to.
Okay, I have section 2-33 of the city code up with regard to public comment. If you'd like to refer to that, Barnaby, with regard to the rights of residents to speak at public comment.
The right to speak is prior to any action that is to be taken by the City Commission. If there's no action being taken, then there is no right for the public to speak.
So am I to understand it's the position of the city attorney that the commissioner could use the dais as his bully pulpit at any time about any citizens, and there will be no opportunity for public comment? For clarity, please.
You're welcome to address that, Mr. City Attorney.
There has been no action taken at this meeting today. I am amazed that Mr. Cohen, who is the biggest bully in this town, using what he makes a living of, the internet, attacking people, defaming people. In fact, every Cuban American member of this body that holds a high office in this government, he has attacked, defamed, dressed up as Fidel Castro. Imagine what he would say if we would dress him up as Yasser Arafat, Hitler, Saddam Hussein, he'd been screaming what he calls everybody. Everybody to him is a racist. Everybody is corrupt. He defames everybody. And now he's going to come and cry and complain. He put a truck today here that was defaming me. And he'll deny it, most likely, that it was him. Had a North Carolina tag. It was a truck that was paid for with advertisement, which I'd like for Mr. Cohen to explain to me how it's legal. How can a truck that does business in Miami and in Florida get a legal license to conduct business with a tag from the state of North Carolina? But this is what he does, and now he comes here crying and complaining and whining. Grow up, Billy. Be a big boy. You know, when you came to my office last, you were all laughing with me in that room. You never said that I was a racist. You never said that I was corrupt. You were all laughing, just having a good time there the last time that you came to the office. I didn't know who you were at the time, frankly, until you identify yourself to me. But our rules and regulations are.
I'm just here for my 2 minutes. Is it the position of the city attorney and the chairman that I'm not entitled to my 2 minutes then? I'm just,
You don't have
I'm not
2
here for
minutes today
banter or for a debate.
because you haven't been addressed today.
I'm here for my 2 minutes of public comment, that's all.
You don't get 2 minutes afterwards. If you,
I'm sorry, I don't
if
get
you
to.
wanted 2
I'm sorry,
minutes,
I'm not addressing the commission. I believe the appropriate,
I
the
am
appropriate
addressing you,
quorum is due.
Billy, whether
Is
you
to
like it or
address
not.
the chairman.
Chairman.
Madam City, is it your position I cannot respond or I don't get my 2 minutes? I'm just trying to clarify for the
Chairman,
record.
he has not been addressed today. There's nothing in the agenda today. If he likes, he can waive the whole meeting. And if his name is brought up, I'll be happy to call him over and he could have 2
You
minutes.
just brought it up, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
But
Okay.
nothing has been said about him, and nothing is in the agenda today. My God, we're giving proclamations, and he wants to address proclamations. That's not part of what we have in the agenda. You know, go to your little old tweeter and start defending me more. Start defending all of us, the mayor, the city attorney, the manager, everyone that you do. You're not even a city resident to attack us the way you do. You don't live here. And furthermore, you're the same little Billy Cohen that went to an individual that told me and told the mayor, and you brought some of those boys from Main Street to, when they offered him $5,000 for his Optimist Club football, Luke Campbell, that told me and told the mayor separately, because the mayor told me also, they were given the $5,000 for the Optimist Club if he would attack me in a publication and call me a racist with the stuff that you all were giving him, and he refused. And you have the gall to come here and complain what you are, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I have my 2 minutes for a public comment, please?
Just a moment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Crowe, are you finished? Just wanted to make sure you said.
For the meantime, but you know, Chairman.
I didn't want to interrupt you, as I'm saying.
Yeah. I said enough to him. If he wants to address what I said to him, he could have a 30-second. But you know what? Let him address what I said. Let him address then what I said, but not this game to coming to speak on something that he cannot speak about, or something that if he wanted to speak about it, he could have been here last week.
Thank you. So, as acting chair, it's my job to keep decorum in the hall, keep the meeting moving, and make sure residents have the right to speak where allowed under our code. Our code is very specific, and Barnaby reiterated, if there is an item on the agenda on which we are taking an action, a proposition is the word used in the code, and that proposition has been defined, actually, through an opinion by the AG. And so an action item is one that mandates the allowance of the residents to speak. Other items such as proclamation or just general talk does not mandate the right for someone to speak. Anyone can ask for the right to speak, and any one of this body can choose to hear. Commissioner Carollo has said he actually would like to hear what you have to say in response to what he has said. So you are very welcome to speak.
And only to what I have said. If not, cut him off, because I don't have access to what he uses to defame me and everyone else, to use his racist hits on all of us. See, the problem that you have, Billy, you don't like Cuban Americans like us. You like the Cuban Americans like Raul and others. So, answer, if you want to, the two areas that I touched upon. Go ahead.
On February 7th, 2001, then Mayor Joe Carollo was arrested by Miami police for domestic violence.
You're not answering
after he
me.
struck his...
No, he's coming here to play this game that he wants to do. You had your truck out there attacking me. You attacked me every other month with that.
After he struck his soon-to-be ex-wife in the face with a heavy object.
Listen, Mr. Chair.
You recognize Commissioner Reyes.
And I think that everybody has the right to come and speak here, but I mean, with all due respect, sir, you think when you are attacking of any one of us and you're bringing things from the past and attacking them,
With all due respect, Mr. Commissioner, I appreciate that, but you made presentations and proclamations for Women's History Month. I think the history of this city is important.
Wait a minute. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to keep this, as civil as possible. You have your chance to answer to what he said right now. Go stick to it. Use your time. Answer to what he said now. If you want to bring something else, probably you have a forum that you can bring it. But I don't like anybody, not you, no, anybody that come here and use this forum to have a personal attack and things that happened before, and nothing. There was no action to, on it. And in order to defame or to insult any one of us or any one of our employees, sir, that's what I'm trying to say. You want to answer what he just said? Go right ahead.
With all due respect, Mr. Commissioner, he did not say anything that I could respond to. It was incoherent and immaterial. What I'm saying is that you celebrated Women's History Month, and I'm talking about the history of this city.
Just a moment.
This guy can't just come up here and make a mockery of her process, okay? You want to debate me? Let's go in front of Bay Street, bring every camera, English and Spanish in Miami to film it, and let's debate it in the street, okay? Let's debate it in the street, because you know what, little Billy? I'm the only guy that's ever taken a polygraph by the polygraphist that the state attorney's office had, and came out 100% clean that I've never laid a finger on a woman. I don't know if you have.
May I respond to that?
I certainly have.
May I respond to that, Mr. Commissioner?
At the same time, sir.
May I respond to that, Mr. Commissioner?
At the same time, sir. That ex-wife you're talking about, go to the Miami Herald. That you don't want to talk about. She sent a letter to the Herald, putting that clearly. You were in college playing games when this happened. The city of Miami residents that have elected me know my history fully. What you're here is to try to throw dirt at me, throw lies, throw parts. You have stated in the past that I have hit women, beat up women. Well, I suggest you bring up the proof and take me up in the middle of A Street, Versailles, call the press conference where we could bring everybody. You're showing their pictures as there's no, it's ridiculous. ridiculous where
Your
you're showing.
ex-wife sustained what
All right.
police described as a
No.
golf ball-sized welt on the left side of her head.
Mr. Corbin, this is not the forum. to
Corbin-
present these
He asked me for proof,
If
sir.
that is no proof, Mr. Corbin. Those pictures don't show anything, you know it.
He asked,
Okay? The question is, you're here to try to defame me because you can't answer the other stuff. You're not a city resident. You're not a millionaire. You're an individual that makes his money attacking others. You've been paid to research me through all the different TV stations from way back, papers, so you can attack me. And that's how you make your living, being paid attacking people. You've never made enough money in the so-called area that you try to pretend that you're a big director and made millions to really live well. You got to make money that way. You got to make money by bringing people like you did to someone so they could offer a contribution to an Optimist Club if they attack me and defame me. And that's what you're here to do. Now, this is not, Chairman, I'm going to tell you now, I'll have a vote in this commission if you like, but he's been given an opportunity to address the areas that we touch. He says, I haven't said anything that he could address. He wants to use this time to try to defame me in this body with lies that he wants to throw against me, and there's nothing in the agenda that he could use to do that. So if you like, I would call that question right now.
Commissioner Correa, I would like to recess for lunch. I think we are getting off the business of the day, and I've allowed it because you want to continue conversing with Mr. Corbin, and I think it's best if we stop this line of discussion. Mr. Corbin, we have not violated your rights to address this commission.
how's that?
Because you stated that the item you'd like to speak on the agenda was a proclamation about women, and you are parlaying that into a discussion
No,
about his
I said
treatment.
three things, sir. I was speaking to three things.
What were the other items you wanted to speak on?
It was Commissioner Carollo's item from the previous meeting.
Which is not on our agenda
For which
today.
there was no opportunity. I think the record will show, Mr. Chairman, you afforded no opportunity for public comment. And lastly, during that item, Commissioner Carollo specifically said that in all future meetings, he will be discussing me and my family.
Yes.
Those are the three things that I'm here to address, sir.
Yes, I understand. So you cannot address an item that was on a previous agenda. And had Commissioner Carollo placed that continuing item on this agenda, you would absolutely have a forum to speak as an action item, which we are taking up on this agenda. But that was never placed on this agenda. So there
Mr.
is
Ma-
not an ongoing item on our agendas to discuss.
Madam
you.
City Attorney, for clarity, what is the remedy for the chairman and the commission's failure to afford
Madam City
public
Attorney,
comment for
you-
that at that previous meeting,
The
sir?
city attorney doesn't have to be responding to questions of Mr. Cohen that gets up here
Commissioner,
and
please.
ask questions like if he were God. This is not your little Twitter account, little Billy.
Commissioner,
You know, listen, if you want to speak to me really about this, I'll offer to meet with me like you came before. You were all smiles.
You've used the dais to speak about me and my family. I feel that I am entitled to
The only thing
to
that I said
address
about
you.
your family was that they're all fine Republicans. All fine Republicans. Your grandfather,
Nobody's perfect, Mr.
your
Commissioner.
cousin, your aunt, and your father. I didn't say anything to offend your family. Now, if you're offended by that, that's your problem. But first of all, according to our code, which was explained to you, you didn't even have a right to address it. But you certainly would have been given that. You were tweeting away, attacking me as I was speaking. You had plenty of time to come here.
Sir, you've afforded
like
me
you've
that
done in the
opportunity in
past.
response to what you
did
said
not
here.
come to our meeting last week. Therefore, you don't get, whenever you decide to come to City Hall to speak. Now, I do have one little question for you. Did you pay or get someone to put that truck from North Carolina
Commissioner
out there
Carollo, this will
defaming
just
me?
continue the discussion that you're trying to stop. I would like to recess the meeting. Mr. Corbin, if you feel your rights have been violated, you have every right to file a grievance, but I'm telling you here now, the items you asked to speak on are not action items on this dais today on today's agenda. But I do believe you accomplished your goal of having a conversation with Mr. Carollo back and forth, which has extended our day and taken us off our business. So I am going to recess the meeting, especially with the fact that nothing within those rights prohibits the City Commission from maintaining orderly conduct or proper decorum in a public meeting, and we have gone off the rails. So I would like to recess the meeting, and we will re-adjourn after lunch. It is already 1 o'clock. We'll meet here again at 3 o'clock. We have a shade meeting. We have the settlement discussion. I will reopen public comment on the settlement discussion as some were not able to speak on that specific item. But I thank you all for your patience this morning, and thank you for your advocacy. We are recessed until 3 o'clock.